Good morning. Hello, hello. Welcome on into Ninja Pulls. This is Khan coming at you live from Ninja Pulls Broadcasting Towers. Hope everyone's doing well. Hello, LeBro. Morning, morning, morning. Wow, my voice was not ready for that, was it? So, today it is, of course, Wednesday the 22nd. We got it's Tuesday the 22nd, sorry. We got White Straits Mayhem starting in a couple of days. And I thought maybe we could have a look at... Hey, Grenade. How's it going? Hope you're well. Do some prep for it, because let's face it, I'm gonna be returning to this about 20 times during today's stream. I'm gonna say this a lot. The ideal way to do White Strix Mayhem is to actually get in and do Cyrodiil, do it on the day, get into some fights, enjoy the fact that loads of people are there, even though the performance is going to go a little bit south. That's all part of the fun. However, we're not going to have time to do that every day. It's just not going to happen. So if we want our... Are there going to be tickets? I should just check that, shouldn't I? I'm assuming... Yeah, there are always event tickets. So assuming we want all that, a good idea is to prep in advance. You know, have some quests, some dailies that you've done, completed, but that you haven't handed in yet. And then you can do that swiftly on the day to just get your tickets very, very fast. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of that. First, let's just go through this... This article real quick. White Strix Mayhem returns this Thursday, July 24th, 3 p.m. BST. So that's like 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And what? 7 a.m. on the West Coast. And will run until August 6th, same time. Throughout the event, you can enjoy a massive 100% increase to Alliance points, XP from PvP, and Telvar stone gains as well. So double Telvar. Pretty nice. Double AP. Pretty nice. Eggbirds, hello there. Grenade saying the PvP event starts when I go to Spain. Oh, no melding in a Zerg for me. Don't worry about it. A trip to Spain is a beautiful, beautiful thing. I've only been there a couple of times. I loved it. So yeah, all this, nothing new there. If anyone's got any questions, if it's your first Mayhem, do feel free to ask. But most of us have done this a bunch of times. In fact, let's zoom in a little bit so we can get rid of that stuff on the side. So, a new style, Truth in Wisdom, once again. All Julianos themed. And then the previous stuff from prior years. Boonboxes, same as usual. You get them from BG quests, Cyrodiil quests, yeah, all these, yeah, all of this stuff. These are all Cyrodiil things, aren't they? Going to be doing some of those. Each time you receive a boonbox, you can get Telvar, repair kits, yeah, this is all very familiar. Egbert saying same, and also away the day after the event begins. Last year it was the Zeal of Zenithar event, which I was more sad about. I think I'll be able to catch the final few days at least. It is a lot of fun to hop into Ciro and see it popping off. Like, honestly, that's the best thing about Cyrodiil Vengeance for me. Obviously, I love that they're testing it, and I look forward to them actioning some of that data. That's all good. But, like, in the here and now, the thing about Cyrodiil Vengeance, which is awesome, is just that it's packed in there. It's a real scrum. I love that. Bonus resources and the golden. So yeah, if you need any of that stuff from the golden, obviously, pretty handy. She'll have all of the stuff available. Just to clarify how this works. Necklaces will be available during the first weekend, and rings from the same sets during the second. So literally everything. Necklaces first, then rings next weekend. Note that the Golden will not be offering monster masks during White Strix Mayhem. Additionally, she will only haggle using alliance points throughout the event. Take your gold elsewhere. Her words, not ours. You're dyeing your hair in preparation, and it's been on for 10 minutes, too long. So time to do something about that. It's not going to be like an early noughties Eminem moment. Alright, so you can get 3 event tickets per day, 2 from a Cyrodiil or BG daily, and 1 extra from an Imperial City District daily. 39 in total. And the new things will be Truth and Wisdom style pages, and the first 2, the first 2 fragments for the Law of Julianos Dwarven Spider Mount. So free mount. Guns and Raiders. Hello, you beautiful sweet-ass MFs. Howdy, chat. Sending a hug, stretch, and hydrate. You know what? I was prepared for you, Guns and Raiders. I got my massive steiner of water already. There we go. Well, that's not... It could be cooler. A little bit weird when it comes... Does anyone else have that? When, like, water comes out of the tap and it's not quite cold enough and somehow it's just wrong. No. Anyway, enough of this. That is our little primer on White Strake's Mayhem. Let's flip on over to the game itself and put some of this into practice. Weird noise. Did you gargle? Yeah. Great, that's why I don't drink water. It's literally gross unless I pour it in the day before and leave it in the fridge. Alright, yes, I mean, depending on where you live, I guess. It comes out of the tap pretty cold here. But either I just wash my hands with warm water or... in the summer, you have to run it a little bit longer for it to get ice cold. Anyway, don't worry, we're not doing writs. I'm just getting them out of the way on this character so that I can buzz off to Cyrodiil and do some daily stuff. Morning, morning, Moose! Hello, how you doing? How's the weather? Seem to have only been able to pick up the consumable ones, whatever. We'll do them. And I think this character is already kind of spec'd for PvP. Yeah, just need food. Weather is hot, so not just yourself. And howdy howdy. Tap water, even in Scotland, I boil it and fridge it or freeze it. Wow. Eggwords, I'm never sure how those event ticket rewards work. Like, when do I need to use the pet? How many times do I need to get the pet? Alright, well let me break it down. There are... Well, let me first of all change my vampirism. See, the Billy Joel has been released from prison. Turns out he didn't start the fire. And who were his accomplices? Because I remember his defense was always, we didn't do it. It was always burning since the world's been turning. I don't think I know any of the other lyrics from that song. Oh, that looks kind of cool when you do vampirism stuff in this polymorph because it's so tall. There we go. Alright. Let's go Imperial City first. I've already got a couple of them go. Fallout Boy. Oh my god. What? That's like... Nothing against Fallout Boy, to be fair. But that is like... That just seems wrong. Hello Mark, morning, morning, and have a nice lurk. Hope you have a good day. Guns N' Roses, Russell Howard done a great cover of that song. Oh, I bet he did. Oh yeah, black screen, what the hell? Oh, you guys haven't even been seeing what I'm doing. What? OBS? That's literally just an OBS thing. That should work now, right? Goodness me. Alright. Sorry about that. Thanks, Sayhawk. Alright. Let's just go and pick up all of the dailies. So, we see you! Gefest, this is the end. Need to get a few more IC dailies ready for the event, exactly. I really got to go before my hair falls out. I'll be right back. Yeah, good luck with that. And yeah, thanks, Erin. Oh, right, the Fallout Boy was fairly recent. Okay, nice. And thank you for the cheer, Eggbirds. Right, so, what we're doing. We just went through the article for White Strike's Mayhem. Same as always, right? A couple of new things we can get. And I'm going to do that thing. I'm going to repeat this mantra throughout today's stream. Do not just do what I'm doing, you know? This is the time saver thing for when you want your daily event tickets, but you don't have time to jump into Cyrodiil properly and do some fights. But I would always recommend doing that. Don't shirk it, especially if you're not into PvP. Now is the time, you know? It is time.
I'm counting.
So I'm just going around picking all these up. But this is a good trick, right? Because there are going to be days where you're like, oh, you know, you just did some pledges or you just did your writs and thinking, I don't really have time to hop into Cyrodiil and hope that I can do a daily without getting my ass kicked. So if that's you, and that's most of us, to be honest, it is a good idea to just grab all the district quests. You can see which ones you haven't got, because the ladder won't have a quest marker on it. See, all these ladders have quest markers, because I picked those up. Obviously only 6 per character, so if you want to be really slick, you could do this a couple of times, or you can just do it on the same character twice, once you finish them all. Erin, just like my work presentation one time, where I forgot to share my screen and talk for 10 minutes and no one said anything. Goodness. I once had a really cringy presentation where I had set up this beautiful PowerPoint and everything. It had video. It was really, really slick. I'd spent quite a long time setting it up. It was a really solid presentation. But I did that thing where I would connect to a projector. It was all saved on my company laptop. I would connect to the client's projector, but it was a second screen. They didn't know how to do that. So it completely wrecked my whole thing. They could only do that thing where they showed what was on my screen, because I had notes accompanying the presentation and all sorts, and they tried to like mess around with it, but it was 2 men in their like 50s, the guys I was bidding for this project with, and I was by myself. My fucking boss wasn't even there. I was like 23, and I was gonna get the business. I didn't. Actually, no, I still did. Actually, I still got it. But it was fucking painful, and I thought I'd blown it because they fiddled around with the display settings for 5 minutes, and then everything went black, and they didn't know how to fix it. So I just had to. It was the whole thing. They'd asked for a PowerPoint thing, and I just had to give them a good old-fashioned guy talks with a piece of paper in front of him. Oh, it was mortifying. It was so shit. So yeah.
That's right, you Daedric pig.
At least that didn't happen today. I knew how to reset things. So many people who ignore PvP because they think they can't kill. You don't need killing blows for it to count for kill quests. Good point. It's very true, and you can help take keeps without killing anyone. LeBro, I'm doing my favorite thing at work, testing and breaking new applications. Sounds awesome. Alright, so here we are. Let's start with these. Oh, I really need some more potions. Oh, this person wants to go together, I guess. Like wama lama 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 dinky dong or whatever. Yeah, exactly. You can heal and buff your allies and still get the credit. Why in the Christ is my game so loud? It's no louder for you guys, I'm sure, but this is completely whack for me.
I need healing.
Yeah, so we're not really here to kill people, just to get these dailies done quickly. It's just really nice to have a fallback, you know, during the event. If you don't have time, the last thing you want to do is be rushed in Cyrodiil, and then it's like a huge deal if somebody kills you. Oh wait, I'm blue, so this is fine. Dabba-dee-dabba-da. Always a good tip to remember which freaking color you are, which alliance you're on. Alrighty, that's one. And let's go anti-clockwise since we're here at this door. This door. Moose, I picture you walking around an electronics store with a hammer. That would be appliances. I'm not sure what to do with the 1 mil A point I have. Yeah. What are these guys doing? Looking for bosses.
Free me.
By the look of it. Hello. Hello, mate. Like I said, I'm not really here to chase down other players. Don't really care about that. Let's take a moment to... Which one's this again? Priceless treasures. Found a bottle of ritual wine. It's weird, I've done these so many times, but there's always like a pretty long gap between me doing them. I got so much Telvar that I just kind of stopped doing these as a periodic thing. Need to find some more Grievous Twilights. It's always tempting to follow people around in IC. People who move with a sense of purpose, you know? Oh, there we go. Okay, that's everything.
Please, set me free.
1 mil doesn't get you that much, but there's some cosmetics. Yeah, absolutely. Alright, take it easy. That's a lot of damage. I mean, I tried to avoid a fight with that person, but fuck it. There's no way I'm gonna beat them. surprising amount of damage. Those are the ones that I'm always weak to. I feel like those guys who don't seem to hit that hard, but then they dot you up 3 times, and before you know it, you're just spam healing to stay alive. Anyway. Yeah, I wish there was a better way. There are a few ways, but I wish there were better ways to transform AP into gold. Or something. But it's not terribly efficient. This is one of the most annoying ones to do, actually, isn't it? Because it takes so long. There's so many stages to it. Some of the others are just like, do this. Done. But yeah, welcome on in if you just joined. We are doing Imperial City and Cyrodiil dailies, just in a little bit of preparation for White Strakes. There's no need to do it this way, and as I've been saying, I highly recommend the way to do Mayhem is to jump into Cyrodiil, get into some big fights. But on the days where you don't have time to do that, it is really handy to have a bunch of these dailies just stored up, like ready to go. There's a pure PvP build. It's not really a build of any kind, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty subclassing. This is the thing with me in PvP. I'm always a couple of patches behind. So while I can be vaguely useful sometimes, it's fundamentally not competitive. I just don't do enough PvP for it to be worth it. I wish that were different. But that's the way it is. Okay, we're done. Next. Oh, a boss. That laugh. $5K from 1 kill? Jeez, alright. $11 AM and already done with my daily stuff too early. Daily stuff? You're talking like in-game or just housework? Tell you what, actually, since I've got 5K, I'm going to be a little bit of a wimp and port out because I need potions anyway. 4 potions is not going to be enough. Good to know that combat bug is still alive and well. Oh, what a pain. If you are in combat and you're expecting a queue to pop, just press N for notifications. And it should pop up. Apparently I have a daily reward. Don't mind if I do. Bro, that is a perfect emote. Guns and Raiders, when I went through all those mimic stones that were never used, like over 8 years, some clever clogs figured out ways to get Nern from weapon creation and sell that. Mimic stones. Oh yeah, I know the ones you mean. Do you want to do mostly Cyrodiil during the event? Can be good to get the IC dailies all ready before the event to get that ticket quickly. Exactly what I'm doing, yeah. That is what we're doing here.
Maces, swords,
In fact,
axes.
do I...
Happened to bludgeoning someone to death with a wheel of cheese.
Do I have any more of these kicking around? No. Nothing in the bank. Alright, let's just port back into IC. Also, a tip for someone new to PvP, you can check out Vampire Stage 4 and keep running to become invisible. That way you can choose which fights you want to get into and those you don't. All my ESO daily things like Writs and Solstice dailies, endeavors. Why you do all of that stuff every day? That's kind of impressive. Organized. $5K isn't too bad, but once I get... It depends how much
Look like someone with fine.
Telvar you have, right? I don't have that much. I have less than 500,000 now. But especially if you've only got like 100K or less, it might be an idea to bank your Telvar. I don't know, once it gets to
It is the calm after the storm.
3K, 4K, 5K, certainly 10K. Could you do a breakdown of the events ticket thing? Yeah, all right. Let's do that. I was going to visit the impresario. But here's the deal. So, you buy... There are too many of these things now. Where is it? Where is it? Seriously, where is it? There it is. So you have to buy these 3. They're the ones I think that cost 5 each. So you need to buy this 5 times. Right? 1 for each transformation, and then 1 so that you have the pet left over afterwards. So the first pet will get consumed and turned into... What was the first one? Was it this one? The Rune Extraction? And then we got the Robes of Truth and Law. I can't preview it, apparently. Well, look at that height difference. That's hilarious. And then next, there will be the Law of Julianos, Dwarven Spider. And then finally, it will be the... whatever it is, the Chapel of Julianos. The overgrown chapel. That'll be coming at the end of the year. So around the New Life Festival. So some way off. But that's the deal. So you spend 5 for each of these, 10 on each of the morphing collectible pieces. So each morphing collectible essentially costs 45 event tickets. 10 for each of the big fragments, and 5 for each of the little fragments. 30 plus 15, 45. That's the way to look at it. Exactly. Exactamundo. And that's why it's useful just to do a bit of prep. You know, so you can ensure, even if you literally have 5 minutes, and that's it, you can hop into the game, boom, 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 turn in 2 quests, done. Because some days that is all I have time for. What? I do have stuff in the bank? I'm so confused now. I just checked. Okay, well that's my Sork Tank's potions, but whatever. I'll take it. Okay, where were we? And if you're ever just in the mood to do one quick one, obviously it's self-defeating after a while if everyone has the same idea, but going to the Arboretum, that might be the easiest, quickest one to pick. Unless, of course, there are loads of other people here. It's a Heidi person. This one is very quick to do. The only problem is if you're getting into a lot of fights, then obviously that's no longer true. Or if loads of people are here and the Daedroth and Flame Atros are just... they're all dead before you arrive. Thanks, Khan, for the breakdown. No worries, man. You are welcome. It's bizarre. Like, it's a very odd system. I guess they've been doing it long enough that they just think, ah, screw it. But I don't think there's anybody who doesn't struggle with this a little bit when they first become aware of it. It's like, huh? How does it work? Well, they don't seem to be coming after me, so I'll leave them. I'm not that bloodthirsty in PvP usually. Alright, well that's another one down. What's next? Arena. This is the most annoying one, potentially. Moose, arena might be quicker. Oh, really? Oh, I see, yeah. If nobody else has freed the prisoners. Yeah, same. This guy's got exactly the same idea as me. Just bring the boss over to the... Come on. Magda. Help me get this cocoon open. What do the little ones even do? I don't really remember. They're just a pain, right? Nice try. It's a 7k. Fuck's sake, I'm trying not to get rich on Telvar here. What's going on? But you see how it is, how easy it is to get something done in here. Like, people avoid Imperial City, and I understand it. It's kind of scary, spooky, especially the sewers. And the fact that you can just run into another player anywhere unexpectedly is a lot of fun. Yeah, arena might be quicker as long as no one else has freed the prisoners, or if you want to really cheese it, you can wait a long time and free a few from your spawn point without jumping down. Dark Lord Venger, good morning! I see during event does get kind of dangerous. Yeah, but it's also full of players who aren't that dangerous as well, so oftentimes you'll do better. And it's fun. Like, the thing to do is just to not give a crap about, you know, eating dirt because you meet someone who's better at PvP than you. Most people I meet are better at PvP than I am, or have a better build, or both, you know? Yeah, I'd love it if they reduced this number down to, like, I don't know, 8 prisoners or something. Yeah, lol, come down here and fight. Guys, it's not gonna happen. Give it up, you fucking idiots. Never be that guy, alright? Never be that... The camps, the top of the base guy. Just, no. I'm sorry, but no. You don't get to place inevitable debt from a distance and then hide. I know they didn't attack me, but come on. Good afternoon, Uniquely Average Gaming. I'm an IC enjoyer. I love this. Like, I don't care that... Like, my being bad at something may sometimes affect my ability to appreciate it objectively, but in the case of PvP, absolutely not. I love Imperial City, it's so good. I love that Daedra just don't give a fuck. They're just running right past him. Hello. Right, how are we doing? 7 out of 12. This is what I mean about this one being a little bit annoying. It can be, but like Moose says, if you're just the first one there, absolutely no problem. 8 out of 12. This guy running more of the Infernal in PvP. You don't see that very often, do you? I like it. It's confusing, especially in Imperial City. He's like, oh, hang on, there's a Daedroth on me. Nope. Going the wrong way. Smart. Are there any citizens back here? Clearly people have had exactly the same idea as me, because it's staggeringly unoriginal. Oh, there's that person again. I guess I'll leave them this time. But yeah, there are not many Imperial citizens to free, are there? There we go.
I need aid.
$10 out of 12. We're nearly there. I really hate this one. Moose is absolutely right. It can go really well. Man, single target abilities just aren't my friend. Half of my concealed weapons just aren't hitting them at all. I can't be bothered with that. Often see in zone chat there's base campers killing people. I don't see that outside the event. Yes, definitely a thing. But an easy solution is to port to Cyrodiil, then back to IC to bank your Talvar. Yeah. Just don't be that guy. Like, dive in. You can gank, you can bomb, you can do whatever, but don't be that player that sits on top of the the camp and like snipes at people. It's so scummy. I'm sorry, no. Inexcusable. That's it, right? Yeah. Okay, we're done with one more. This is actually going fairly quickly. Well, we've got like 2 left. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome to Ninja Pulls. This is Khan flying solo once again. We'll have Maya with us on Thursday, which is going to be super exciting. A 24-hour summer streamathon. She was just making some promo posterage at like 7 a.m. this morning before heading off to work. That's going to be really fun. But until then, you got me. And day after tomorrow, again on Thursday, we've got White Streaks Mayhem kicking off in ESO. That's why I'm here. And I'm going to say this throughout today's stream. The way to enjoy White Streaks Mayhem is just to go into PvP. Ideally, find some people to go with or find a group once you're there. And then run around, get into some massive fights. Enjoy the lag. Enjoy the chaos. It's just a lot of fun to see Cyrodiil that full. However, on the days when you can't do that, or if you absolutely can't stand to do PvP, but you do want your tickets, do what I'm doing today and tomorrow. Just spam your way through these dailies. Don't hand them in, just get them all done. And then that's 6 days worth of event tickets that you can just trigger. Boom, 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 boom. On the day. And you don't have to do anything to actually earn them. It's already been done ahead of time. Like I said, I'm not the only one who had that idea. Imperial City is already relatively busy, I feel like. This is speaking for the dead, isn't it, this one? Speaking for the dead. Alright, so I already did half of this one. Yeah, normally a standard is something to get the hell out of in PvP, but if it's an NPC, then I don't care. That's 2 out of 4.
Soiling themselves before you rub the sleep from
2 reds over there, better be careful. Like, I'm not really here for the Telvar, don't really care if I lose it, but I'd rather not. Right? Hey, SSMR, thank you very much for the follow. Look at this person. That's quality. Huh, people are chill. Look at this. It does happen. Did you guys catch that? The red riding past me on the hobby horse? Yeah, there they are. I love that. I love that shit. And that is, again, another one done. Hey, Ababin. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, great tip for that fast TP out of there. Absolutely. I use it all the time. Just queue for Zero. Doesn't matter which one. Don't trust them. Oh yeah, and of course this one. This old classic. I feel like this is the one whenever I'm in here, I see loads of people doing this one. It seems to be one of the most popular dailies. Is that just my imagination?
You struggle despite yourself.
Oh, this is gonna take me forever, isn't it? I might just open up. This is a really bad idea. I should wait for a player to come along before using that. I should have just left him alone. This is going to take forever. And if somebody doesn't creep up and kill me as soon as it's dead, I'll be lucky. Oh, I can't hit him anymore. What the hell? Come on, come over here, Zoal. There we go. Is that just unblockable now? I swear that used to be blockable. I can't seem to block it at all now. No, it's... Has that always been unblockable? I did not know that. I did not know that. Oh, a friendly. This fucking... This Daedra. I can't... Oh, he's bugged, isn't he? I can't target him at all. Alright, well, that doesn't bode well. I'm having some slight performance issues, performance anxiety, before the event even starts. With even NPCs not being targetable. Anyway. Nearly 15k Tava. I really want to get out of here. That's too much. I get nervous if I have like more than 10k. What's everyone's cutoff point? I remember I used to go in here with like a little crew that we'd go in here with. And one day we were joined by a bit more of a hardcore PvPer. We always used to port out when we had like 10k or thereabouts. We'd start talking about it and say, oh, I'm ready to port soon. I'm getting like 8-9k Tavar. Let's get out of here and bank them. And when we had this like pro PvPer with us, the lead of the group was, oh no, it's cool, I've got like 17, it's fine. And then one of the others just went, you're just trying to look cool because he's here. You're actually peeing your pants about this. Ted, you're really not helping. My cat is climbing all over me, so I have to take my hands off the keyboard to remove him. And PvPers know it. They know when you're scratching your nuts or moving your cat or whatever. They know when you're momentarily occupied. I completely forgot about the barrel of tar. Duh. I dislike this bit. The fact that you can't blow up the forge without aggroing these guys. That's kind of irritating. Boom. And that is it. 6 for 6. Now let's pull it out of here. Into Black Reach we go. Moose, I'm convinced now Infinite Archive knows when I'm doing a serious run. When I just do dailies with a friend, I get good visions. I know exactly what you mean, but yesterday we were going to do a serious-ish duo run. Got absolutely terrible visions for 5 arcs, so we quit. Same happens when I'm doing serious solo run. Never going to beat my old score. Yep, I know exactly what you mean. It was a running joke when Maelstrom Arena was still fairly new when I first started playing the game. I guess it was a few years old, but Vadatran wasn't out yet, so Maelstrom weapons were like the thing, and people would always be in chat finishing off a run, and if it was a Magicka player, they'd always get a bow. If it was a Stamina player, they would always get a staff. Like, it was eerie. It got to the point where people were actually saying, "I swear, the game like looks at your max stat and gives you the opposite weapon that should go with it." Of course, that can't be true. But it really feels that way. It's like Murphy's Law, you know? I love farming players for Telvar in this zone. This is my fave one. That was, yeah, the one I was just in. Elven Gardens, right? Yeah, right? Erin, doesn't it feel like it's always the most busy? Get to the chopper! Absolutely. Missed the start of snoozing with my cat. Hey, Lena! Oh, what a nice way to miss it, though. Erin, get out now. Having slightly more problems than normal right now in PvE. I poured out when I'm 20, 40, so 20k to 40k Telvar. Oh, so you're fairly chill. I start getting antsy. I don't like losing 5k or more Telvar, so if I have 10, like if you lose 2-3k, it's, well, whatever, you can get it back relatively fast. Maybe I'm a bit of a skinflint. Anyway, let's not bank these yet. Let's pick up a couple of dailies here. In fact, maybe the thing to do is... I haven't made my mind up about Cyrodiil dailies, what the best way is to do that. But often it's just... I think if you're red, best thing to do is to go to Cheydinhal. Which, why can't I see it? Where's Cheydinhal? No. Anyway, it's somewhere around here. Why the hell? Why am I being dim? But whatever. That is not a keep or a strategic location at all. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Here. If you're red, you can go there, and you could get a couple of dailies per day. So in theory, you could do 4. Oh no, you could do 3 per day. If you like hand one in, then do another 2. And hey, look, how's it going? A PvP can smell weakness anywhere, anytime. I die so often. Tend to do icy very early mornings. Your cat just wants to play ESO. $1k and it is banked, really? Okay, so all levels. There's no consensus on this. Well, like I said, I guess it depends on what your balance is. In case you just hopped in, we're talking about Telvar and where you personally draw the line of like, oh, I've got too many Telvar now, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Unless you've got a very easy boss kill right in front of you, and you're relatively confident you're not going to get ganked or bombed or anything. Where does everyone draw the line? I think it varies depending on where my Telvar balance is. But it's normally about 10k for me. I'm quite wussy when it comes to that. Hey, Swit Allergy. Welcome on in. Thanks very much for the follow. No Bobo, I think it's true. In Dungeon you fight 4 bosses but get only 3 different weapons or armor. There's always a duplicate. Yeah, it could be. Who the hell knows? But I think it is our tendencies to see patterns. Humans seek out patterns, right? It's why conspiracy theories are so widespread. I mean, of course, conspiracy theories can be real. Not all of them are false. But the vast majority, I think, we've conjured up in our own imaginations because of, you know, a very real avarice or greed or whatever. And then we extrapolate out from that a level of malice that isn't necessarily supported by the evidence. But the reason they're often so persuasive is because we are very good at seeing patterns, even where they don't exist. It's a really interesting part of our psychology. So, I don't know, I'm hesitant to say Zos coded Maelstrom weapons to drop with a shitty rate. I mean, we know now that it's curated, for a start. But, yeah, I don't know if I believe that. But I wouldn't tell someone they're definitely wrong, because I guess it's more interesting to entertain the idea. Mayhem is coming soon. Yeah, it was only announced like yesterday or the day before, so it's coming on Thursday. Looked like same time as usual. I guess 4 in the afternoon for you in 2 days, and it's the same as always. 2 tickets for your Cyrodiil daily, or a BG daily, and 1 ticket for your Imperial City daily. That's why I just did all 6 of these for those days when I don't have time to hop in and really play. Guns and Raiders again, no idea what to even buy with it. Got skins I wanted, that was it. Oh, you mean the polys with Telvar? Telvar you can buy quite a lot of stuff. Yeah, go and just go and have a look at the merchants next time you're in Imperial City. But yeah, Cyrodiil is a little bit tougher. I guess you have to do it on multiple characters because you can't get just a shit ton of quests done. One thing you can do is ride to Cheydinhal. If you've got enough red characters, if you've got like 4, you can just ride to Cheydinhal very easily and do 2 quests on 4 characters. Then that's 8 days worth. Then that's over half of the event, right? It's almost the whole of the event. Actually, hang on. It's 13 days, right? So no, it's over half. You're at 2.5 mil, Telvar. I got all the collectibles, so don't care that much if I die. Yeah. Selling prismatic glyphs is the way I'm making gold. In Kalantax, hello there. Yeah, that's the thing you can do. You can get, yeah, there are loads of things you can do. I mean, if people want, I can port back in and we can have a quick look. But yeah, Hakejo is an obvious one. The price keeps going down, though, so I think a lot of people have had this idea of buying Hakejos with their Telvar and selling them. The main thing to do is just remember, don't sell, or don't turn in your quests once you've done them all. That's Maya's thing. She always, like, turns in the quests. I'm like, no! Alright, so Telvar Armorer. So you can get all of these sets, and they're not bound. Unfortunately, you would sometimes get, I don't know, Powerful Assault obviously sells very well. Some people do use Imperial Physique. I don't really know. Vice Cannon of Venom always goes in and out of fashion, I find. Thews of the Harbinger as well. Same thing. That's the one when you block, you deal X damage to the attacker. It scales off your max health. So, yeah. Very silly. Yeah, look, loves Mayhem. Absolutely, same here. Swit allergy for me, it's when I can spend it on the next Hakejo, because I'll definitely die soon. Bring my PvE setup to the sewers. I'm definitely the problem. I see. Yeah. No pun intended. I see. Yeah, if you bring a PvE setup to the sewers to sort of farm the mobs, and then you run into a player who knows what they're doing, you're definitely in hot water. Absolutely. Look, I don't play it, but I love reading the comments on forums, Reddit, about how people are being forced into PvP. So yeah, we enjoy very different things. I know what you mean. There's a bit of a sort of a smirk when you read a really misguided rage comment like that. Guns N' Raiders, it is annoying that most of the stuff is bound. I would love to waste my points saved for others who need stuff. Black Metal Enjoyer. Yeah. I've seen Mayhem live, actually. That was pretty good fun. Weird. It was when they had that one singer who was called, Oh, no, they've had so many singers. The most memorable, obviously, Euronymous is the most memorable for reasons we won't go into, but they had a singer for a while whose stage name was just Dead, and guess what? He killed himself, which I shouldn't laugh about, but I'm sorry. If that's your professional moniker, Dead, it's, yeah. A very weird subculture there. Let's not even. Moose have 700 of something. The one day I see daily. Oh, yeah. Oh, really? You have that many? Even though you don't need any more stuff? If you've got it all collected? So these are like the Siege of Cyrodiil merits or whatever they're called. How can you be forced to play? It's lol, self-choice, yeah. And Dorothy, new players have it easy. They'll never understand the pain of grinding out Maelstrom Arena for the perfect drop. Staff Inferno Precise, just to get one after 20 runs. With no sticker book, no transmutation. Felt amazing, now it's just meh. Right, yeah, see, by the time I did it, transmutation was a thing. You'd be surprised how obligated people feel to do all events. FOMO is a powerful drug, indeed. Words of wisdom. Errands as sewers are generally easy on non-event days, as it's too boring for a PvP player who's looking for smoke. You just need to look out for noob gankers, which are easy to handle. Yeah, but you do get the... I agree. Most of the time I go down there, I meet no one. The occasional PvEer. But occasionally you get a really, really thoroughly prepped PvPer who just... You get them down to execute over and over and over, and they just heal back out of it. But they still have enough damage to keep you on your toes. And they won't let you fucking leave. Yeah, after about a minute of fighting, I lose interest and just go. Because if they're not going to kill me in that time, then it's probably just going to be a stalemate. I don't know. But there are those people who just won't let you leave. I hate that. So yeah, it does happen occasionally. Dark Lord Venger, I'll remember that pain. Yeah. Sounds like a personal problem that the person should keep to themselves. FOMO, that is. Yeah, but this is the internet. We don't keep anything to ourselves. Where's the fun in that? I have a super personal and weird take, which I'm going to share with everyone. I mean, I do it too, right? Although usually I have the sense to point out, this is a super specific take that no one is going to agree with, like my Ed Sheeran thing. Although, yeah, no, let's not even go there. I think it's widespread in the UK, but everyone else around the world seems to utterly disagree. We have very different definitions of amazing. I don't understand how they keep failing to realize how brain-dead easy it is to get the event tickets. Yeah, I think that's the thing. And you agree with the Ed Sheeran thing. But anyway, so that's the thing you can do. Collect these sets for yourself, just for sticker book funds. If you've got a little bit of that OCD thing going on, I guess I got a little bit of that. Shit. What did I just do? Oh, but it's not theft, so it doesn't matter.
Queen Iren is a miniature dwarf.
It's just collect on a random item. Well, most people won't need these, will they? But again, these are curated. Are these bound? No, none of them are bound, are they? So fill up the sticker book. Do all that cool shit. There's the general merchant, and that's where you get your ruby blossom extract. She sells Hakejos as well. Yep, the Hakejos here. But I think they sell for like 40k now, so it's not a fantastic conversion rate. I don't know how many people are looking to buy these, honestly. You'd have to look that up. But there are plenty of things you can do. Or you can just get that. Assortment of reagents. Erin, if you don't like it, don't do it. Yep, you'll never see me complain about Tales of Tribute, if that's a thing. Yeah, true, actually. If I want to take part, I'll take part. I won't bitch about the fact that it exists. Yeah, that's a fair point. And then you got the collectibles merchant, where I think you can buy the polymorphs outright. Can't you? Yeah. And these are not bound. So I'm guessing they sell for quite a lot. Again, but, you know, people who don't realize how easy it is to get them. Furnishings as well. I think there's quite a lot, Guns N' Raiders that you could do. And then, of course, there are these. I would have collected all of these if they weren't so rubbish. Like, the Red Rook is such a boring style. It's not rubbish. It actually looks like... But it's NPC wear, you know what I mean? It's not what anyone particularly wants their character to look like, unless you're role-playing something very specific. But yeah, a lot of cool furnishings you can get with the Telvar, to be fair. Infinite Archive score screen is kind of bugged. No, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Avenger agrees. I've totally ignored any PvP golden pursuits for this reason. No FOMO here. Fair enough. Mannerism on delivery. Mannerism on delivery on how things are said. Plays a big factor in how folk understand FOMO. I know myself. I sound like a douche sometimes. One can kill Moloch whilst in the middle of sewer over and over again and get poly from him. We're not... Hang on. Can you get the Zivkin polymorph from that guy? I thought you just got the skin. There's a skin and a pet, right? Roleplayer type gear. Or a pet, yeah. Yes, I loved doing that fight. I hadn't done it in ages. Then we came back and did it recently. I was like, oh, this is fun. And the threat that somebody might bomb your entire group, or that someone dies to Molag Bal when he explodes. That always used to happen. Since CP 2.0, I think it happens disappointingly rarely. Yeah, that boss drops the polys and pets. Polys are rare. Never seen that. That's cool. I wonder if that was changed recently. Probably not. We used to go there every weekend. We would kill him 3-4 times with a group of like 20. Nobody ever got the polymorph, so it must be very rare. But yeah, my pro tip here would be, if you're going to prep, get a red character, a packed character, and do that. I suppose I can do that in a minute. Meanwhile, what is there? Is there Gottelsfont Priory or some shit? I could go there. That's like the blue equivalent, isn't it? We've gone it only once. I've done it many times. I can imagine, yeah. Yeah, I never even knew that was a thing. Cool. This mount is a bit noisy, isn't it? I totally went to the wrong keep, didn't I? Or whatever. Would have been better to go over the other one. And sadly, I think there's only one daily here. So it's not that great. I bet you that's someone doing the capture resource dailies, so I'm just going to leave them to it.
Why does this always happen to me?
Dark Lord Venger, lol, you telling me I should have played... Are you telling me how I should play the game? I'll pass on any PvP related thing if I can, just no interest. Yeah, I get it. When people say that, oh, PvP is not for me. I'm not really interested. Especially if they've tried it. There's no reason to question it. It's when people say, oh, PvP is so stupid. It's so crap. It should be removed from the game. That's when I get a little bit like, I think you got it twisted. And we get that a lot in PvP, in PvE guilds. You hear this surprisingly often. Could you, like, get on the path? Thank you, horsey. So yeah, there's just the one daily that I can see. I'm not sure I've ever done the dailies here before.
If you've come to join the Quick Step Bandits, you're too late. The Black Daggers killed my whole gang. But they'll pay if it's the last thing I do. Just keeping a low profile.
Alright,
Trust me.
let's do it. The yellows have an equivalent as well. Yeah, the Abbey of the Eight, is it? Sort of a quest hub that isn't really... I wonder if they were added for this very reason, to let the PvEers who really don't want to get into a fight do something. I think my favorite thing about Cyrodiil, it is a bit bland compared to a lot of video game environments, let's be honest. Even compared to a lot of the environments in this game. But I love the scale of it. I love the fact that it's freaking massive. Nice to be back in Hack Dirt. I just literally just have to kill bandits. I don't even pay attention to what I'm supposed to do here. Nimble fingers. People forget that ESO's selling point and the entire purpose of the game before it was even released was PvP. Maybe not the entire purpose, but yeah, it was like the main thing, wasn't it? It was one of the highlights. Certainly their sort of, what would you call it? Their prestige system. But I mean, I think they and everyone else understood that the real draw was going to be, ooh, Skyrim, you know. But yeah, I think you're right. A lot of PvEers, especially who have joined in the last few years, aren't aware of that. It is a good point. And every bit of content in the game is optional. Ain't that the truth? Being that emotionally charged about it, that they want PvP to be removed entirely is weird. Grass should be touched. Yeah, I think it's not necessarily a rage thing. It's more of a casual remark. You know, like I might say, because I'm in a guild, Ninja Pulse is a place where we do organized runs. So, in previous years, before we set up our own guild, we would make a lot of jokes about pugs and how bad they are. Because they are, you know, they can be. But that doesn't mean people shouldn't do it. It's just, clearly, if you can find an organized group, you're likely to have a smoother experience, shall we say. But you still don't talk shit about the alternative. I think maybe it comes from that. People have been hanging out with a bunch of other people in trials and dungeons who are just sort of casually dunking on PvP as a thing. Or when they get someone in the dungeon who's clearly a PvPer just farming for some gear and doesn't really fit into the triad of healer, tank, DPS. The Holy Trinity, as Zos likes to say. I think it comes from that, and then they haven't really encountered those people who love PvP and PvE and are really good at both of them. So I'd say it's more ignorance than like actual active hatred or bile towards that. But Camel has thanked us like a couple of times, and I guess for him to say that, he must really mean it. For being a PvE community that sticks up for PvP and that does it and that encourages people to check it out. So evidently it is a thing that there's this. Where the fuck am I going? There's this disconnect with some people thinking, oh, the devs should stop wasting their time with this PvP nonsense. It's just distracting them from fixing the real game, which is PvE. And obviously that's wrong-headed. Did I just go the most ridiculously roundabout route to get to this lady? I did, didn't I? Like I said, I've definitely been here before, but I don't think I've ever done a daily here before. And I don't want to turn it in anyway, do I? So, forget it. Dark Lord Venger, if they're easy, if they're hard, if they auto-complete, I've got like zero interest in PvP. Can't say it fairer than that. Yeah, exactly. Hell, even the main story is optional. As it should be in an Elder Scrolls game, right? Has anyone ever tried doing one of those playthroughs in Oblivion, Morrowind, or Skyrim where you get that first signpost and just go, nope, just go completely the other way? It's the best. I always come back and do them later. Did the same thing in Fallout 3 on my second playthrough. And I just dicked around in the wasteland. Dorothy, sadly they never got around to fixing the lag class balance. Yeah, etc. I have nice hair. I do not wish to exchange it with receding hairline, therefore I avoid pugging. All right, it's for reasons of vanity, absolutely. Don't want to lose my silky golden locks. Erin, pugs are great. They do have some breathing issues down the line, but don't laugh at them. I literally had one guy replace. You know how Hodor reflex is? Console players, I'm sure you're getting to know, or will get to know about this in due course. Hodor reflexes you can have those custom icons next to your name. And they can be animated GIFs and whatnot. And you have to pay in-game gold in order to get them, because it helps... Oh, that's terrible. Andy. It helps Andy... You know, it's a little reward, little incentive for him to keep doing what he does and maintain the add-on. Someone bought me, Maya, and our friend a troll custom emote, and mine was a pug. Because there was this is pre-Ninja Pulls. This is back when we were in the Legion. But I would, as the resident raid lead, I would always talk about how, you know, if you don't have any other option, go ahead and do a random group. Absolutely, nothing wrong with it. You'll meet some awesome people, but always go with an organized group if you can. If you can't, if you want to arrange one yourself, go for it. If you can't, ask for one. We'll set it up. Yada yada yada. I was always going on about it. So he made me. It was a picture of a pug, as in a dog. And Maya got a picture of Boris Johnson because she's an immigrant. And our friend got a Romanian flag because he was Hungarian. And all of us were kind of pissed off, especially Maya, because that was when Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister in this country, and he has absolutely nothing against immigrants, but he did that nihilist right-wing thing of just saying a bunch of bullshit to the masses, so that who do care about immigration. He doesn't, but they did, so he thought if he talked some shit, they might vote him in, and it worked. So yeah, she was not happy about this. And I've had some people get confused when we talk about pugs, and they don't know we mean a pickup group. Like, what are you talking about? That weird dog? Yeah, not on console, yeah. Guns N' Raiders, my older guild used to have issues when I grabbed pugs in raids. I always felt it was equal and good opportunity for all. Maybe gain new members. Oh yeah, especially if you're filling up a run which has lost people. Hell yeah. Just go in the group finder, go in zone chat, whatever. Yeah, we used to do that all the time. Still do on the NA server. And we will do it here on the EU if we don't get people from the guild or the Discord. No way. Of course it's a crapshoot. You could get someone who talks a good game but is absolutely useless or is a real dick. But that can also happen in an organized run. So, yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. And Hodor isn't on console yet, but it is being worked on exactly. Yeah, that's what I meant. Custom icons on console, no chance. Yeah, sure, maybe not. I just meant Hodor reflexes is a thing that console players are going to be intimately familiar with, I expect, soon enough. What other dailies are there that I can do real quick? Let's just see if we can get a good one here.
Hold a moment, soldier. Disaster has struck.
No. I mean, I can pick it up. You never know when it's going to be useful during the event, but that's not what I can do right now. King's Crest Lumber Mill. That's going to take a while. Slay 20 wardens. Okay, I'm not going to do that now, but again, during the event, that will be easy. Drakelow Keep, Drakelow Farm. Congratulations to Sahid from the Old Merry Dominion, just been crowned Emperor. How much do I need to pay to get a custom icon? I think it keeps going up. It used to be 1 million gold, then it was 2 million. It might be up to 5 million now because of inflation. And it's a way of keeping down the number of them every month, as well as giving him... He probably gets enough gold from this that he can buy crowns and things like that. I'm guessing. I haven't spoken to Andy directly about this, but I remember him actually bumping up the price as a result of this episode I just described, where I was given a pug and Maya was given a picture of Boris Johnson because we wanted them removed. And yeah, we told Andy, look, it was a friend, although to be honest, the guy didn't really know us. He'd been in the guild like a couple of weeks. We'd hung out with him a few times. Nice guy. But he did that. It's like when you do a prank on someone you don't know well enough to do it. It was just a weird move. It was very strange. And Andy S was like, well, I don't want people buying Hodor icons to troll their friends. So I'm just going to raise the gold cost. So that was literally our fault. We didn't even complain. Maya just said, can you please change these? This is what happened. Eggbirds, when we were still in the Legion, makes you sound like you were an Imperial. Imperial veterans. I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took a dildo in the ass. Guns and Raiders, seen both sides of the coin on points of view. Was more the excuses to rip the trail. Which is somewhat annoying when you and a few rosters took time to set up in the first place. I'm guessing trial? You just have to go there. Scouting mission? Yeah, exactly, yeah. And he does not work on Hodor anymore. Okay, well then... Mooney. You're absolutely right. It was Andy S for a while, yeah. He's definitely the one I was trying to remember because he's the guy we spoke to. Thank you for the clarification there. Look, you're absolutely right. I have an idea how much is the cost now? I really don't know. It'll be... You never had interest in the concept? Yeah, if Lucht had a custom icon, it would just be the Wolf of Kovac or like an eye roll emoji or some shit like that. Or it would be Uwu if one of his friends bought it for him. If any of them are watching. Let's have a look. You could probably find it if you look it up. What the hell? I don't even have it on this character. Oh. Well, apparently I need to update some shit. Alright. With trials on our break this summer, I guess I hadn't even noticed. But yeah, let's have a look. What can we do? Drakelow Farm. That's a little bit far away. So I'm maybe not going to put you guys through that. King's Crest Lumber Mill. That's doable. Although it's still pretty fucking far. Where's King's Crest? It's here, right? Yeah. Be a picture of a explode. 5 to 10 mil. Yeah, I would have thought it would be an SCP map. Oh, that'd be cool. Or just a picture of like the Zahn mask. That would actually be a really good one. You should consider it. I could make you a Zahn mask with glowing eyes as like a GIF. What else is iconic SCP? Just the letters SCP. You got 2 dependencies like yesterday. I think in fact I even saw it, Kalantax. Yeah, you're right. What am I doing? Yeah, I need to go via the gate. Duh. I prefer seeing the class personally. I know what you mean. Yeah. Also, it's kind of over now. In a sort of a snobby way. Like, it was cool when only 3 or 4 people max in the group had it. And then people were like, ooh, that's fun. But now that literally everyone on the roster's got one, it's just a pain in the butt. And if you want to use an add-on which puts icons over people's heads, like for if you've got stacking partners or whatever, then having the big animated ones can be really annoying. One of our healers, Virtual, has a really cute waddling duck as her custom icon. I don't even need to cap it, do I? I can just use the scout report. Yeah, these are such a joke. I love it. Done. So that's 2 days. I'm going to cap the keep all by myself. What else do we get? Yeah, that's it. Well, like I said, if you're red, you can go straight to Chadenhall and do a couple. There, you will occasionally get trolled, especially if blues or yellows have capped nearby keeps. They know that some people go here during the event, and they will just camp out in stealth and wait for you to go and hand in the quest and then kill you. I mean, as long as they wait for you to hand it in, I guess it doesn't matter. You get a free teleport. But if you're just on your way to hand it in, that's like maddening. It happened to me one time, and I've seen people do it. You can use stuck for an easy teleport. Yeah, but you still pay. Or you can just kill yourself. That's what I do. Sorry, that sounded really toxic. You can throw yourself off a virtual hill in the virtual game. Anyway, I think that concludes our yammering on about White Strix Mayhem, which doesn't even start tomorrow. It's Thursday. But my point is, if you don't have a huge amount of time to get into the thick of it... Oh, come on. Then having a bunch of quests already completed, ready to hand in, is such a nice trick. It'll save you a ton of time. Why am I even bothering to ride? Let's go. Zion Control. Sorry, I just saw your message. That's a really good point. When we were talking about things to buy with Telvar, I mean, we covered most of it, but also the Elinia Arena Lion Pet. There's a rune box you can unlock and then sell to PvEers. 425k, apparently. So that's pretty good. Moose, that's 40 of your Arena Gladiator proofs right there. In exchange for almost 500,000. So... yeah, very good point. Don't forget the 2-hour queues waiting to get into PvP. Yeah, so, yeah, that, you know what? Catty Kitty or Katie Kitty, you are absolutely right. There's another tip which we should mention. If you are going to do it this way, hop in like before you head out to work or very late at night just before you go to bed. Ideally before you go to work, that'll be quieter. and then you can get into one of the Cyrodiil campaigns. I mean, there tends to be one that isn't absolutely slammed during White Strikes. Especially in the morning, you will definitely be able to get in and out very quickly. You can go in and just turn in. That's what's nice about the repeatable dailies that you do at the base, because you just hand them in right here, rather than riding all the way down to wherever that is. Coral? And I guess, yeah, that's the other one you can go to as well. But again, quite far away. Cheydinhal generally is pretty good, because there are a couple of keeps right there. So yeah. That's that one. Oh, you sold one last week? Nice. So yeah, that is an up-to-date tip. And yeah, Katie Kitty, thanks for the reminder. Yeah, point is, even if you're super busy, or you just are not into PvP, you can very easily get all of your event tickets this event with a little bit of prep. And ultimately, I'll say it again. I think the best way to enjoy the event is to dive into big fights in Cyrodiil. Even if you're not really doing much, even if all you've got is like a healer or a tanky setup, so you can stay alive long enough to enjoy the spectacle of just people absolutely, just a massive unorganized game of rugby within ESO. That's just a lot of fun, in my opinion. So if you do have time, jump in. Absolutely. Don't skip it by doing quests ahead of time. But if you don't have the time to do that, easy. Let's turn subtitles off. And Kuwabara, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, I see, Moose. You only have 150 of those. Yeah, that's Arena Gladiator proofs are from Cyrodiil. It's the Siege of Cyrodiilic Merits, right? That's from the sewers. Seriously, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, everybody. They should change the name. The IC ones have Cyrodiil in their name. I know. Yeah, a little bit weird. I also have more gold than I need. Haven't sold anything to a player in 3 years. Sounds like you can stop grinding then, dude. I'm just going to put it out there. I blow a lot of gold every year on... I probably spend like 50, 60 million a year on crown crates, just so I don't need to pay as much IRL money for crowns. And before you say it, yeah, I know I could just ignore the whole crown crate system. And I could, quite happily. But I quite enjoy the, nonsense. And to be honest, I hardly use any of the stuff that I have from there. So it is a total waste. But I don't know, it's fun. It's fun to take part. I just don't like the gambling, the RNG side of it. Did I hear you say you can make money with the gladiator proofs? How? Okay, this is going back to... we were actually talking about Telvar at the time, so this is a little bit different. But we went into the Imperial sewers and just looked at all the merchants and all of the stuff that you can buy from them that you can sell to other players. Stuff that isn't bound, whether that's pieces of powerful assault gear. Obviously, that's not necessarily curated. There are curated coffers and non-curated. There's also the stuff that you can get with... proofs, Siege of Cyrodiilic Merits, and Arena Gladiator proofs. And that was, in YouTube chat, Zion Control was making the point that the Elinear Lion Pet, so the one, which I don't think I have, actually, but it is the companion to this costume. The Arena Gladiator costume. I don't think I ever bothered to get the pets. But like, you get those by doing Cyrodiil dailies, and once a day you can earn a proof. 50 Arena Gladiators proofs are available by completing conquest missions. Yalla yalla yalla. Then you buy with AP and Arena Gladiator's Exaltation, and you combine the lot to make this rune box, either for yourself or to sell it. And the pet in question is acquired much the same way, but it's a little bit cheaper. I don't think I own it. No, there we go. So it's a pretty cool little pet. Medium-sized pet. And again, 40 proofs with a raw that you have to buy with AP. And people who do a lot of PvP, maybe they have everything that you can get with these proofs. Another example is the nappy costume. What's it called? The Timber Crow Wanderer, or as we call it, the nappy. It's definitely a nappy. And strangely unattractive for such a revealing outfit. It's not a particularly sexy one. If you compare it to like the... what's it called? The dancer's outfit. Where is she? The exchange rate on PC... oh, it's dreadful. It's like 2,000 gold for 1 crown. That's PC EU. PC NA, it's like nowhere near that. I don't even think it's 1k per crown on the NA server. I'm not entirely sure why it's so bad on EU. I think Lucht probably has some theories if he's still here. Schnacks, I like that comment. Mayhem is the time of year when I feel like I'm actually good at PvP. Can relate. Katie Kitty saying the Black Reach camp is easier to get into than Grey Host. Yeah, I think that's true. Moose, the only thing I grind is Ritz. I was doing Solstice dailies for that achievement. Oh yeah, I see. What's worse, Aaron? Queuing in Grey Host during peak hours, or queuing for Veteran Dungeons as a DD? Probably Veteran Dungeons as a DD. Yeah, sell the collectibles. That's exactly it. 1.5k to 2.3k for PCEU. Yeah, it's like 300 to 1 on console, right? Absolutely mad. Massive difference in states of platform economies makes you believe they can't really achieve full crossplay for this reason alone. I don't think they would balance it. They would just say, fuck it. It's coming. You have this amount of time to put your affairs in order. It's like Nixon, you know, separating the dollar from the gold standard. And that's why we have the fuckery that we have today. For a lot of for a lot of reasons. I think it would just sort itself out though, wouldn't it? Book Magic saying another tip is to remind PvEers to choose a Cyrodiil home. Yeah, a home campaign. So you get more AP while you're in there. You're absolutely right. If anyone hasn't done that or hasn't already got that done, you can maybe do that at the start of the event or whenever. Speaking of which, this character doesn't have a home campaign right now. Well, I won't pick one, because she's not doing PvP right this second. Best to choose a Zero home that your faction color seems to control most of the time. Red and yellow, usually at night, blue afternoon. Yeah, I know what you mean. Absolutely. Thanks, Book Magic. Zion Control. Ever played the Quagmire campaign? That was a crazy AP farm on console. And Griffin, hello there. Hello there. Yeah, the Quagmire campaign is one that only pops up during these events, isn't it? I mean, they're all pretty much the same, as far as I can tell, once White Strakes begins. Look at this guy. That's a cool-looking character. There we go. And now all is well with the world. Vet Dungeons is DD terrible? It's the queue. Just the queue we're talking about. That you can end up queuing for a really long time. Oh wow, I've almost almost done with all this. Why don't we do some jewel seams then? Because I have some... If you guys don't mind, I'll do a quick jewelry survey just to get this shit out of the way. Boop. And by the way, if you're getting annoyed by these things showing up as, like, readable, you know, with that icon there, you just have to read it, and then that goes away. Moose, you reckon PC crown prices sound more reasonable? Generally using their real money to sell the crowns. Yeah, for crossplay, that's the least of their problems looked. Yeah, I'm sure that's true, yeah. Avenger is saying, oh yeah. Calantax, there have been times I got instant queues, others waiting for at least 10 minutes. If they did that fucking approach with the economy, you'd lose players. I've seen it happen in other games with rebalancing. Maybe that's so, maybe that's true, yeah. But I think if they were going to do crossplay, well, they would have to, wouldn't they? They would just have to say, tough. But yeah. I'm not even sure we need to be discussing the whole crossplay thing. Based on what I saw, when I saw that podcast, I did not think to myself, ooh, this means that they're definitely doing it. I really didn't. Or maybe I took them too literally. I did think it was interesting that they talked quite so much about it. Like, they said 3 things about this pie-in-the-sky feature. So I thought... don't get me wrong, I did think that was a little bit unusual. But then Rich Lambert was literally... He just happened to be here. I think it was, it was just at the start of 10 Fest, I think. When all these videos are coming out. OMG! Elder Scrolls Online is getting crossplay. All made by people who don't make ESO content normally. Seemingly. Very weird. And very clickbaity, I thought. But we were discussing this... And I think Lucht was here as well, and we were both saying, I'm not sure that that's what they meant. That seems a little bit clickbaity. And then Rich Lambert was literally in our chat. Because I think we were interviewing with him later that day. And he said, that's really, really, really not what I said. Here's what I actually said. And he put it in quotes in chat. And it seemed either he was shutting it down, like, no, this is not a thing that is happening. It's just a thing that we would like to do... And if we find that it's possible, sure, we'll look into it. Or he was just trying to prevent us from getting our hopes up. Like, yeah, we are working on this, but we're not sure that it will be done. So I'm just going to pour some cold water on this discussion right here. Could have been either one, you know? Context unit that you ever queued for randoms. Katie Kitty, if while in PvP you see the Wedgie Queen, run the other way. I say this so I can run the other way. If I see the Wedgie Queen, I'll probably start doing, like, bunny hops and teabagging. You know, just to, like, get attention and say hello. Like, this kind of thing. It doesn't always work, but quite often if you approach someone like this, and then you stand in front of them doing that, they just won't attack you. And they'll just do an emote in your face, or... Is it emotes or mementos that you can't do in PvP? I don't know how people even thought it was even an option. We're looking into it. They're looking to shit 24/7, that's how you get new features. Yeah. Well... Look, you and I, maybe we're too grumpy and cynical. But yeah, people definitely got excited. But I do think the YouTubers didn't help. Like, I think most people would not have reached these kind of conclusions if they just watched the podcast. What happened was they saw that little clip from the podcast, bookended by someone saying, "Oh my god, it's definitely coming, they're definitely doing it, come on, let's go! Crossplay, motherfuckers!" And yeah, we like to think of ourselves as entirely rational and logical, but we're not. You know, we can very easily be influenced and get excited by an effective presentation like that. So I think really that's what happened. Those videos made it seem like it was more plausible or more confirmed than it actually was. But who knows? We'll see. If they're looking into it and it goes really well, maybe one day we will see some crossplay. I just wouldn't want anyone to think that it's confirmed and it's only a matter of time. Because they're probably going to be disappointed, you know? At least in the medium term. Readable thing only works on most of them. Yeah, Erin, you had chromium plating when they nuked the market for it. Yeah, same here. Massive, massive. Dark Lord Ven, do you think you're trying to appease people? Coming! 3026! Oh, Erin! Thank you very much. Katie Kitty, welcome on in. You have just subscribed. Whether you want to or not. Welcome on in. Enjoy ad-free viewing for a month. Although apparently no one's getting ads at the moment, which makes me very happy.
So much to do.
Thanks, Twitch. But yeah, not a big deal. Erin, capes will come to ESO before crossplay. Yeah, looking into it is like step 1 of 1700. Fumes. I mean, they already do cross-server play with tribute matches. How hard could it be? I think it's quite hard, but I'm not an expert. Sweep the ground emote, fave, after a kill in PvP. Yep. Talking about it publicly means they want to make it work. I think that it is possible in principle, but it does not mean they are anywhere close. Schnacks, that's what I thought. I think it's telling when they say anything publicly. But what was interesting is that Matt Firor doesn't do that much. He doesn't do many unscripted live appearances like that. Does he? Oh, I suppose he does do enough, yeah. But I don't know, the body language and the actual language very much looked to me like Rich was going, Ixnay on the, no. Ixnay on the osplay cray kind of thing. Just to clarify, followage. Thank you very much. Yeah. But yeah, Schnacks, I know what you mean. And Razum, hello there. Field, hey, how are we doing? Are we ready for beams being better on basically every other class than Arcanist with Banner? Yeah, I'm ready for anything. Ready for anything. Made, rushed out an incredibly quick turnaround video yesterday when they went live with these latest patch notes. There wasn't a lot to say, but there were a few specifics that we got that we hadn't seen before. So that was something. But I'm still hoping we'll see some more stuff in week 4. I don't know, the Arcanist banner change? No, man, no. It's not... I don't think it's an effective solution, and I don't even think it's the right direction to go. Granted, I could be wrong. But it seems like that... Well, alright, that's almost the only class mastery script that anyone is using. It's certainly the only one which has, like, really, really widespread use. The Necro one's been really good in PvE, and a couple of others have been used in PvP here and there, but this one is the standout. Why not make the others more like it, rather than making this one more like the others, which nobody wants to use? Like, it seems a little bit simplistic when you put it like that, but genuinely, that's the question I have for the developers. Like, you don't need to inflate the power. You could just make that concept, that functionality, apply to some of the others as well. But there are some differing views on this, right? Is Tribute really crossplay? That doesn't sound real. I feel like they would have broadcasted that every chance they had. I don't know. It doesn't do anything 50% of the time if you're on Tonebearer, which you always do. Yeah. 1 year, 10 months following. Nice. That's cool. Thanks, Katie Giddy. Dark Lord Venger, I don't think it is. Leaderboards are platform specific. That's what I thought. But Fumes came in with a great deal of confidence, saying they already do cross-server play with Tales of Tribute matches. So I didn't want to contradict. Unless I know for sure. At Book Magic, usually there will be a 7-day campaign that will end sooner, give you big rewards sooner, and Zion control a Black Boot in the AD home keep. The AD and DC take each other's... They take each resource, then keep. The other faction is just ahead, take all 4, then repeat. Sounds unnecessarily organized for PvP. Yeah, we just need to bite the bullet and nerf the beam. It seems like an option to me, yeah. What else was I going to do today? We prepped for the event. I just did my endeavors. We were doing some Clockwork City story. Or I can just squeeze in another Maelstrom. I don't know, what are people in the mood for? Or I could go back to PTS. We tested Caspians. Look, if you're still here, have you got a view on this? Anyone else tested Caspians on PTS? I did the most cursory testing yesterday, but it looked alright, actually. It looked promising, just not... It's not going to set the world on fire, because the conditions seemed a little bit specific. I don't know, more testing required, basically, which is why I'm asking. Decay the damage per target hit or something? Yeah. I'm always mindful of all the things the devs say about server performance and server load. But yeah, so beam on the dummy is amazing. Beam against 6 targets is still amazing, but in very, like, the damage per target drops significantly. Something like that. Is that what you're saying? Oh, you've seen so many different languages in tribute matches. Could be delusional, but I don't know why they would be on NA at 3 AM. Oh, but there are only 2 mega servers for this entire game. So, people speaking Asian languages, or Russian, or... I mean, anything in between will be on all servers. Could be that the EU, if they're like Russian speakers, Fumes, it could be that the EU server is dead. At that time, they can't get any matches without bumping into the same people over and over. I don't know. Erin, there was always some degree of separation and disconnect between marketing or creative team and developers. We should keep in mind who exactly is talking about looking into bringing crossplay. But, yeah, Rich and Matt should be very much on the same page, you'd think. Give Arcanist the necro treatment for a couple of years. Yeah. Assigned control, Team Green. And that's a console thing, is it? I don't recognize this. Sounds kind of lame. Yeah, Dark Lord Venger, you also going to advertise your upcoming Thursday stream? No one's suggesting, like, do you guys want Clockwork Story? Do you want Maelstrom Arena? Just something else? I mean, I could just do my writs and surveys. I'm way backed up. I'm sorry, I didn't come to today's stream with a solid plan. I suppose I could do some more prep for White Strakes as well, selfishly. Why it doesn't let me make Arcanist class? You may not own it. Even if you own everything in the game, I believe, unless you... Right, someone will have to correct me here. So if you have ESO Plus right now, I think you should have everything in the game except for Solstice. And the... No, that's it. I think that's it. But you won't have every class. These 3 have to be bought separately. None of those are in ESO Plus. It's on the NA server. Yeah, that's interesting. I've never heard of that, but I literally don't do any PvP on the NA server. How interesting. I guess I'll do a few surveys while we think about it. Yeah, Pathic, I hope that explains it. The classes are like features that have to be bought separately from the updates. So you can find them there in upgrades class, and if any of them are grayed out, it means you don't own that class yet. You don't have access to it, so you won't be able to make it at the character select. And I'm going to take my cue there from Dark Lord Venger. This Thursday, so in about a day and a half, not quite, Thursday morning, 6 AM, we are beginning on this very channel, the home of Ninja Pulls, the nicest guild in Tamriel. We are doing a 24-hour summerthon. It's going to be cool as fuck. It's going to be great. Maya's going to be here for the entire thing. I'm going to be joining her for, if not all 24 hours, then certainly most of them. We might take a few minutes break here and there, but we are going to be ridiculously unhealthy and unwise and just sit here for an entire day streaming. I think we'll both take it in turns to do like a quick jog around the block or something. I don't know. But yeah, we're going to be doing mostly ESO. There'll be some forfeits and some fun. And it's going to be just a party. So that's that. What am I doing to prep for the upcoming events? Oh, you just missed it. I just basically did a load of dailies and didn't hand them in. And we could go and do some more of that. It was fairly straightforward. There are only like a handful of people in Imperial City at the moment, but quite a few did seem to be doing exactly what I was doing. And I was saying, obviously, if you're going to take part in White Strakes, the best way to do it is to jump into Cyrodiil or BG's, whatever, but I would say Cyrodiil, and just enjoy the absolute mayhem. It's aptly named, the event. But if you don't have time one evening or at all throughout the event, or you can't be bothered, a really nice way to ensure you can get your tickets within moments every single day is just bash out a few daily quests before the event starts. Well, it doesn't need to be before. You could do it any time, but do them in advance and don't hand them in. Then it takes like 2 minutes. You log in, go to the quest giver, hand in the quest, daily tickets, done. I do this almost every White Strakes because at the weekend, I'm definitely going to be PvPing. And since I'm streaming at the moment, I guess it might be easy enough for me to do some PvP as well. But most years, I don't have time to... hey, one of these rifts. I do not have a proper setup for this. This will be interesting. Boproc is so awesome. Changed my mind. This is now gonna suck because I'm using AoE spammable against a single target. Every now and again he'll spawn some ads and that'll be useful. Oh, this is boring, actually, isn't it? Pretty sure I actually have Velothi on already, so I don't know why I'm bothering with channeled acceleration. That's really dumb. Never use carve against a single target. Man, I remember when I was new, that was like so impossible for me to do, but it was a long time ago, I guess. A party, you say, brings tequila and song. That's about right. It's going to be going on into the wee hours, 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. Obviously, we don't expect anyone to be there the whole time but us, but you're more than welcome to hang out. We both have a bit of a day off on the Friday, as you would expect. And yeah, it's basically a thank you for 10fest, and that was a goal that was reached during 10fest by our little community, and it triggered a 24-hour stream. Maya was told afterwards that she should have set the bar a little bit higher because we met the goal in about a minute. But whatever, we're ready. We're ready to give something back because that event was so cool. Basically because of you guys showing up and sticking around for the whole thing. It was awesome, and of course the devs and the streamers and everyone else getting involved. But so yeah, that's the reason for it. And it's going to be a 24-hour stream starting Thursday morning into Friday morning. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be really fun. Need to make sure I get some really good quality sleep in the next couple of days. Hey, Dark Lord Venger, thank you so much. And hey, Safety Walks, welcome on in. Welcome to the family. You've now subbed. And hello there. A new emote, sweet. Thanks, Venger, that's amazing. We had such a great day yesterday. I asked her later, and she was genuinely a little bit tearful when she came in, and we just started saying nice things about her, and how her laugh is like what makes the stream, and whatever else, and how much the community means to us. And then you guys started being super generous with the subs, the bits, and the hype train. And then she joined chat and it just went crazy. She couldn't believe it. She was like, did I really do all that? It's like, yeah, we were talking about you, then you showed up and all this stuff just happened. Yes, that was... She didn't have the best day yesterday, but that, I think, helped enormously. Stupid customers coming in and making a mess, basically. Not what you want. But yeah, what does everyone else think about the Arcanist banner? It's a couple of you already made your opinions clear. I think Erin and a couple of others and myself have said, yeah, we're not happy with it. But yeah, I'm curious if other people are somewhat okay with it, whether you don't understand, you're not clear on what they've changed. Schnacks, I'm just on my lunch break, won't be paying much attention, no worries at all. Erin, one change I want to see for update 48, nerf Dark Elf and High Elf and make Argonian the clear meta for DD. No, thank you very much. So I can read pages and pages of forum posts ranting, and thus can earn a lot of money from all the race change token sales. Why? Why do you even joke about this? Roger, thanks, I'll expect payment as your advertising manager now. I mean, I already offered to make a custom video for you guys after yesterday. Let's talk about that as well. LeBro, two things on my side. Number one, just started Arcanist. Lots to learn. Number two, you make it look so much fun to play, and I blame you, Khan. Oh, really? Sorry. Arcanist is quite fun to play. There's some disagreement, like Lucht and I don't see eye to eye, for instance, on... I thought the banner made it more fun, but he disagrees. Because it made it easier for everyone, but it also made it a little bit more dynamic for players who care about that sort of thing, i.e. me. But clearly not everyone has had that experience. I know that 8 Puppies definitely agrees with me. I think he's the one who got me onto that way of thinking in the first place, to be honest. But yeah, I do think Arcanist is fun, but clearly not everyone agrees. And playing any class... just monolithically for months and months, that's not fun. I don't care what class it is. There's got to be variety, and not enough of that since Arcanist came along. For a while, when DK and Arcanist were neck and neck, that was okay, you had a choice of 2, but... And Necro was very close as well, but then subclassing came along and ruined all of that. Katie Kitty, I'm excited for White Strake. I've got 4 half-star and need to get a 5-star. 1 to 2 star, I see. Need to get a 5-star finally. Nice. Yeah, Zion Control also saying easy way to get Assault and Support 10 in just a few hours with War Torts. Book Magic, never used the banner, no loss there. Now Assassin Line nuked is very unwanted. Most PvPers are unhappy with it because it's not enough. Most PvEers seem to be unhappy with it because it's too much in their respective opinions, you know? So clearly it's not a great move by the devs in terms of giving the players what they think they want. I understand that something needed to be done, but I have so many questions. Why did you make it work that way in the first place? And why not do this the moment subclassing was confirmed in the studio that it was going ahead? And they sent people away to figure out the systems and you know, make sure that it worked. Like, there's so many things that the players saw immediately in the days between subclassing being announced and it going on PTS. It wasn't that long. We'd already come up with so many problem areas, and only a couple of which were actually addressed, not only in week 1 of PTS, but in the whole of PTS. And some of them are now being addressed later. Yeah. I just feel bad for the combat team and the balance team, because evidently they weren't given enough time to prepare for this. Well, that would be my assumption. Advanced congrats in getting all those GOs. Yeah, absolutely. Katie Kitty, enjoy it. Dark Lord Vedra seems a bit of a non-fix what they're doing. That's a good way of putting it. And thank you, this will be my 3rd 5-star. Wicked. Field, I'm just really confused what they think they're doing with the banner change. It literally does nothing at all. It's just not a good sign. I think the need to do something about it, I completely understand. I'm on board, but that's where we part ways. It's like everything aside from that starting point. No, don't get it. I'm not with you. If someone is happy they're basically making a skill useless, they're insane. Moose telling it like it is. Erin, the beam is still too good, and any possibility of non-beam tentacle build is dead, rather than non-Runeblade build. Arcanist beam to me is what Ed Sheeran is to you, Khan. I'm back. I'm not bald. That's a win. X-Grenade, how does it look? What did you go for? Is it just a bleach? Or is it a bleach in preparation of a color? Or is it a highlight situation? If you don't mind. Red. Hell yeah. Maya did crazy hair colors a few years back. It's a bit more, she's got just her normal hair at the moment, which she's already like reddish brown. Everyone's jealous of her hair. My mum always says, "Oh, you got such lovely hair," and all this kind of stuff. But she has dyed it a few times, and when she went like deep motherfucker red, that was a lot of fun. She looked really good. It's a good look. I like it. Not brave enough to bleach it, so just put red over my brunette. Sounds like a similar thing. That's a really cool look. Yeah, enjoy. I'm glad it went well. True, I'm gonna be on holiday for most of it. My roots were looking bad, so I had to refresh it. Nice prep for the Mayhem event. Yeah. What's it called? The Basin of... It's got some horrific name. The Mayhem Basin. I can't even remember. The Basin of Gore Virtuous? Is that it? Can you impersonate your mum again? We didn't get a chance to fully review. She doesn't really sound like that. She has a Danish accent. But that was the sort of the vibe. Book Magic saying, I'm in the camp they should have buffed all the other class passives to be as good as the Assassin line. Other damage lines should have good damage passives. Yeah, sort of where I'm at with the Arcanist's class mastery. That, you know, this is the thing that people want to use, buff it, or buff the others to be more like it. Then again, if they just followed my advice and yours on that, we would end up in a situation where everything was crazy good. So... Yeah, it would have to be a twofold move, right? You'd have to buff the things that are disappointing and then whittle down the numbers of the things that are being used. I guess. It's just a whole... They gave themselves so much freaking work with subclassing. I still can't quite believe it. And we will never know this, because it would be unprofessional of them to say... to lift the lid on this at all. But I would love to know if there's a little bit of like eye roll and oh god damn it from the combat team when they're like, hey, we're doing this. It's gonna be really good. It's gonna create loads of excitement. And the systems team say they can do it, no problem. And the combat team is just like, oh, what? I don't know. It just reminds me of I had a couple of summer jobs when I was a student. One of which was literally unloading crap from lorries. Just unloading boxes from lorries. And we had to have like a 1-hour training session before we were allowed to do it. Just a bunch of kids, basically. About, you know, lift with your legs, never turn when you're carrying anything. Or, you know, move your feet, never turn your back. Or this kind of thing. It reminds me of that. Imagine you've done a huge amount of heavy lifting. You've emptied an entire truck. Then the man with the clipboard comes in at the end of your shift and says, oh, no, guys, you've emptied the wrong lorry. You need to put all that back right away and then start on this other one. That's what subclassing seems like in my head if you're on the combat balance team. I'm sure they're delighted for, you know, the player freedom and all the, you know, conceptually it's very cool. But what a hassle. Eondine saying, let's be honest, most skill lines are pretty old and need a whole revamp. I guess that is the silver lining that you could see, isn't it? Is that in order to make this crazy idea work, we are going to need to do an overhaul, which arguably the game needed anyway, but they just don't have a massive combat team, I don't think. So it is daunting. I certainly don't envy them their task. It's freaking Herculean. Wardens were nerfed for over 3 years straight. They're nothing like when they first came out. So over in my Wardens, use the signs and grab better ones. That's a PvP PvE thing, isn't it, as well? Because Wardens were so good in PvP. And it was like, you'd get to the point where you'd run across a 40k Warden, a 40k health Warden, and you just walk the other way, because what's the point? I'm just not even going to bother. Whereas in PvE, they're getting used less and less and less. The damage was good. But, sustain was a massive issue. And they had various other issues, and even the damage wasn't always good. Yeah, Gore Virtuous. Dark Lord Avenger impersonate your mum again. I was thinking about that. What did I say? Oh, your hair's so lovely, I think I said. I read the lore on Pelinal Whitestreak, and it's interesting. Yeah, we were going to do... Maya and I used to have a segment on the channel where we would do law school. And we just talk ESO law for a minute. Or for like 5 minutes. And I started doing one on Pelinal Whitestreak, and I think I just gave up. Because it's so weird and so gross. Super fucked up. Safe Dorks are saying, anchor the starting class more than subclass being equal to starting class. Everyone uses the term, this is my main. This would be a reward for having 18 plus characters. Beam isn't too strong, it's just the style of what is the balance of the game being older. I think I get that, yeah. I mean, you know they're just doing a combat rebalance in a drip fashion, so you can get it all in a whack to avoid another update 35. That's what I think they were in the middle of, and that's why I use the unloading the lorry analogy. It's not perfect. But yeah, it is a sort of a painstaking step-by-step trying to get it all to work together. part of me just wants to fast forward to a world where Cyrodiil Vengeance testing is over. We know what the new version of Cyrodiil is going to be, and whatever that is, it is separate from PvE, sorry. So we do have slightly different, or sometimes very different, skills in PvE and PvP. Players will get over it. And it will make the devs' job so much easier in the long term, much more stable. Because if you get shifts in the meta in one or the other, they don't need to impact their counterpart. Then I think maybe we could get to the point where this 11-year-old game, I mean at that point it may be 12, 13, who knows, finally has a really, really stable, really good meta for like several patches. We have had really good metas in the past, but they don't tend to last that long. I suppose if they do last long, they feel stale. Schnacks, they probably got a bit of a scare when people started mentioning Update 35 as soon as PTS Week 1 dropped. And Grenade, I just about missed the Diamond's Victory meta, and I feel like everyone loved that. Yeah, there have been some good ones. That was like Magden and Magcrow kicking a lot of ass. I think we had some of the best metas were post-subclassing, post-hybridization. Because say what you like about hybridization, killing, diversity and all the rest of it, it did... You got a lot more interesting group comps at the sort of a mid-upper tier. The more your group was optimizing, the more uniform it starts to look. That's always the case. But what changes is that if you say you take a group that's in the top 3%, how uniform is that one? And in the boring metas, all of the groups in the top 30% are all the freaking same. They're just more sweaty at the top end, you know what I mean? But I don't know if I'm articulating this properly, but the groups that are not, and the players that are not right at the top of the tree, who don't feel like they need to be super duper optimized, you know, it would be wrong to describe them as sweaty. That's not, they're just having fun. But they are trying to get shit done also, so they're somewhat adhering to what is most powerful. But they're not all bringing the same thing. Especially in trash or on specific boss fights. They'll be trying different stuff, and if it doesn't work, they'll chuck it. They're not just going to ESO logs and seeing what the absolute best versions are. I don't know, I think those are the most interesting ones. Because clearly if you're pursuing score and the very uppermost optimization, if you look only at those groups, it's always going to look like the game is really, really dull and monolithic. To the untrained eye, at least. But then again, if you're optimizing like crazy, you're changing stuff for a lot of fights. And that's another way in which the meta can be interesting, right? That there can be a very stale-looking meta for the dummy, but actually when you look at what people are doing in this fight, that fight, fights of different lengths, durations I mean, and different numbers of enemies, with immunity phases or burst phases or a lot of movement. You get people using a lot of different sets. Avenger, they could just start from scratch with all the learning from the 10 years and make ESO 2. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, they've learned an enormous amount. There must be, like, if you were one of these agencies that collects market intelligence.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hey, Lord Avatar, how's it going? Yeah, I'm struggling to think. I used to know the names of these people. But you know the types. The ones that sell reports to management consultancies, this kind of thing. And often consultancies will have their own... They will do their own research, or they'll buy it themselves, or whatever. But ZOS must have some fascinating data. Every studio that's run an MMO for any length of time, they must have some insights into player behavior and stuff like that, which could be worth a fortune to the right, the right company. So yeah, you make a good point, Venger. They must have learned an incredible amount.
Fucking skull. It can't be.
And again, now that game, Project Blackbird, is apparently never going to see the light of day, I would love to see a no-holds-barred interview with some of the production staff on that. Some of the producers who got involved with the project right from the beginning, and some of the early big decisions, like the macro decision, but also the micro little decisions that they decided, no, our 8 years of working on ESO or whatever have shown us that players do this, or that players prefer this, or that this is more efficient on the server. I don't even work in the industry, but I would be fascinated to know that shit. You know, how that steered their decision making and their early design choices. Is that just me? Or would other people be into that as well?
I can't believe what I saw with my own eyes. Fucking skull. It can't be.
Grenada got to mid-game just in time for Barce, which was sad. God, how many people tell you they just play healer versus how many play all roles and play styles? I mean, people don't tell me either way that often. You meet a few who just play healer, but I think that's relatively rare. At least the type of people who are likely to tell me what they're up to. I think there are far more players that do it. I only play healer, lol. I don't know, I think it used to be more of an issue. But it's hard for me to say, because the type of people who come to Ninja Pools, that's always changing year after year. Some years we'll get loads of new players, which is awesome. But they require much more teaching, and some of them might lose patience or whatever. Some years we get hardly any at all. We just get an influx of people who are almost ready for like trifectas and like real endgame stuff, but who want to hang out with us for whatever reason. It really, really changes. So the type of person I'm talking to, also depending if I'm on Discord on voice, or Discord just in text chat, or on here talking with you guys. But I feel like from the little cross section of the player base that I've been interacting with, and for the record, it's a pretty big cross section. I'm just saying, you know, relative to the whole player base, it's fuck all. I feel like I encounter far fewer people than I used to who only do one thing. Does that make sense? Like, loads more DDs will be like, when we're missing a healer, if the healer drops out or has a DC, players are like, hey, I could switch to my healer or tank. That used to be like so rare, I think. But again, maybe it's not changed at all. Maybe it's just my perspective has shifted, and I'm hanging out with much more late gamers than I was before, if that makes sense. I hope that helps, Safety Walks. Crown Store marketing isn't robust. Interview the marketing change story front. Yeah, that would be interesting as well. And Grenade, score pushing kinds is probably the most fun I've had in a game. In-game, right. A lot of people say that. My my buddy Otto, and the raid lead of our Leo group, which is like Ninja Ball's main group. He took over from me about a year ago. He loves doing sweat runs in that place as well. And he struggles to explain it, because on the one hand, he's quite anti-Arcanist, because it's too boring. But he says he loves Kind's Aegis, because it's so brain-dead. So I don't really... Like, you just show up and you do your rotation and you get sick numbers. And because all the mechanics can be skipped. Because it was that trial's been very vulnerable to power creep. So, yeah, I don't know how to reconcile those two. I think he struggles with it as well. But sometimes it is a lot of fun just to show up and know that you've got this and you can just bust out your rotation. And the challenge is not the content itself, but beating your own personal best, or beating the person next to you, or beating everyone in your group, whether it's to do with skill or some different build that you're trying, whatever it is. Sometimes that is fun. So, Grenade, is that what you're talking about? You 100% agree. Hey, Arcanist, love how Brain Dead Kinds is. Otto, is that you? I can't see Otto dyeing his hair red, so it's probably not. Safety Walk, solo dungeons, arena PvP, BGs, trials, different builds, characters. I mean, I think anyone who stays in the game long enough realizes they have to have multiple setups, and it's a thing we talk about all the time. For a brief period, I said in one of my videos, always be tweaking, because it's you got to be tweaking the build, even if you have a quote unquote build. Oh, I run Zynode's whatever it is build, or I run this build from Alcast, or this one from Ninja Pools. We don't name any of our builds. I just call it Stamina Dragon Knight, because I don't want... I think what I'm supplying, and what I'm trying to do, is supply like rotations which are easy to learn, and a framework rather than a specific build which you must not deviate from. And I don't think Zynode's trying to do that either. He's sort of giving you the ingredients, and then, yeah, when your situation changes, when your priorities shift in a fight, you've got to change what your build is. The game has been designed to work like that. So, yeah, it's a little bit clickbaity, this idea of having a build. And they can be helpful, like if you're brand new and you just need to be told, run this, 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 and you'll kick a lot of ass in Overland, then I get it. But mis-selling the idea that we should just have one build everywhere, I think it does grave harm to a lot of player experiences. And the people who do it should know better. Problem is, the people who do that generally don't play the game. You know what I mean? They're the content creators who checked out ages ago, or who never really played the game that much. Like Xynode plays the game all the freaking time. So when he updates a build, it's generally because something has actually changed. Although I confess, I don't follow Xynode's builds that closely. So I may be completely talking out of school here. I just give him an example. I use him as an example of someone who has like named builds. But I think I'm right in saying that he would always suggest switch it up. Always look at what fight you're going into and change things. Certainly all the other content creators I talk to, 8 Puppies says it all the time. Skinny Cheeks, obviously. He says it's one of his favorite things about the game, is the fact that you don't just put on the meta sets and go and do everything. That you're encouraged to look at what the set does, what the boss is doing, what your group needs, and yeah, and you have all these, like a dozen different sets that you could combine. I think he said that many, many times, and that's one of his favorite things about ESO relative to other MMOs. So, yeah, interesting. Sorry, Safety Walks, you threw me down a rabbit hole a little bit there. But I think more people do this now than they used to. And Schnags, if you want to be faster than others, you cannot just do exactly what they do. Yeah. Running audits on lots of things that'll be under NDA. Of course. Yeah, I was speaking very, very theoretically. Sort of pie in the sky. Schnags, I think I need some training runs so I can practice playing support roles in raids. Do it. I want to set up more training runs for... well, actually later this week, in fact. It might have to be the weekend and early next week, now that we got this big 24-hour stream coming up. But what is it you're most interested in? Schnacks, tanking or healing? Moose, I love that you pronounce Aegis properly. No one in ESO does. Yeah, right? Aegis? 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 Aegis. I've heard everything but Aegis. And then literally the NPC, when you port into the trial, Kain's Aegis is under siege, or whatever. Like, it's literally the first thing he says to you. It's the same way that, like, people port into Rockgrove, and the NPC there says, Flame Herald Basay is blah 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 blah. And then everyone goes on to Banshai, Basai, Basi, Basu, Basom. And it's like, no, man, just read the fucking word and say it. And if you can't do that, listen to what the NPC says and copy it like a baby. Actually, it doesn't annoy me that much. I'm just doing this for dramatic comic effect. But I genuinely am like, why? Like, how are you struggling with this?
Cultists! Someone help!
I think the funniest one ever, which annoyed a lot of people, wasn't just me, was when Kinraz, the set from Black Drake Villa, was super popular.
By the fires of cold
And because his name ends with an S, and because the set is Kinraz's, everyone would call it Kinra. I need to go and collect Kinra. And there was like a club of, I don't know, 20, 30 people on our Discord, where if they were in chat and someone said Kinra, they would just groan. And every time someone wrote Kinra in the Discord chat, there was like a little emote that we would put underneath. Not to make fun of anyone, but just as like, how... Usually it comes from, again, a content creator who doesn't bother to learn to read. And then they just say whatever. Is that fair? Erin, I love big damage numbers, love roll boss fight. Yep. Agreed. Feeling appreciated in your play, no matter the playstyle, is key. Safety walks, that's a nice phrase. Feeling appreciated in your play. I like it. Communication styles matter. Yeah, the only exception, I guess, when you're not going to feel appreciated in your play is if you're playing something other than what the group wants or needs. And that is important. And that's not necessarily because they are right and you are wrong, but they've, you know, if there's like a collective agreement on what is required. But then, you know, you just run with another group with more freeform ideas, or who isn't trying to do the same ambitious strat, or what have you. Dark Lord Venger, off for lunch. Catch you later. Have a wonderful lunch. Bon appetit. And Piquini, morning. Making Star. Khan. Hello there. How is it going? I'm getting bored of these surveys. Let's go and do something else. I do need to do my surveys desperately. I have a lot of them now. Haven't been able to do them in a little while, but... yeah, enough of that. And Book Magic and Zion, I see what you guys are talking about. Yep. The difference between PvE and PvP, and Zos having to, or choosing to make changes in order to fix an issue in one, which then massively frustrates the other side of the player base. Just like, oh, why are we getting this? And if they're not playing it, like, if they do play PvP, they sort of eye roll and go, I get it, but that sucks. Whereas if they don't play PvP or vice versa, they're just there like, why are they making this completely ludicrous change, which makes no sense and which nobody asked for? So yeah, there's so many reasons they should look very hard at separating them, and it seems like they are looking at that. Grenade, I was AFK, wanted to come back and write about Basse. Why do people still call her a he? I don't know, that one doesn't bother me as much, but you're right. I also noticed that, and sometimes I'll just say, she. But then you got to be careful. Like I'm making jokes about getting enraged by this stuff, but if someone else was doing if someone else was leading a raid, I wouldn't actually come down on them for any of this stuff, because to them this might just be like, if they don't care about the story or the setting at all, and it's just about the numbers and the mechanics, I can't come out and say that that's wrong or that it's not going to work. So they might just be like, dude, I will pronounce it correctly, I will gender them correctly, but who cares? It's a video game boss. Like, so yeah, I understand why people don't care. I guess I don't understand why people get it wrong at all. But I do understand that not everyone regards it the same way. Alright. Writs are done on this guy. That means we can fuck off and do some stuff. My food is going to run out soon. Baase is a hell of a lady. Indeed she is. Good choice of words. I don't care about the story or the setting, but I do care about being right. I suppose, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to.
There you are. I have been.
What was that Christopher Lee line? You have to get it right. Where am I going? Should we do a Vadistran or a Maelstrom today? It's Maelstrom that I actually need the stuff. Most people don't care about being right. I think they do. Or they'd like to be. They just, yeah, they don't care enough. I mean, look at politics. Am I right? Whoa! Schnacks, I don't really have a clear preference whether to start with tanking or healing. Done both in dungeons. We'll probably sign up with whatever I feel like in the moment. Healing, then. Healing's pretty interesting at the moment.
Let's find out.
And the pressure you're under as a healer is to multitask rather than the times when a tank is put under pressure. I feel like it's often something specific, like get those ads chained in super fast, or just, you know, deal with this absolutely horrible boss. You know, Tideborn Teleria hard mode, for example. I don't get to heal as anywhere near as much as I would like. This fucking guy, every time. Safe to walk. Boss say what? Most people prefer their truth than the truth. I think that's not most people, that's everyone. We all prefer our truth, but some of us are... I don't know, we've been trained or have forced ourselves to supplant the one with the other. But yeah, we're in danger of getting into profound territory here, aren't we? Most people prefer their truth than the truth. It is a thing that we need to be careful of. All of us. One of the things I hate most about the world at the moment is how successful politicians and other, like, talking heads have become, are getting us to hate one another. Pisses me off. It's no way to conduct any aspect of civilization, you know? Yeah, that was noticeably faster than the Dragon Knight thing we were doing for Kazi the other day, wasn't it? I think this is the cause of most of my stress. Grenade. Equally, I've decided to make a tank/solo build for my alt characters to farm random normal dungeons. Do you know another transmute stone farm method? PvP. PvP. We've got White Strix Mayhem coming right up. I'm really sorry to say this if you really don't like PvP, but join our Discord if you're not already on there. I think you might be, and you can use that PvP channel. You can tag PvP Senpai and specify a couple of parameters for the type of build that you'd like. They'll give you something that works, and if you go and buy a bunch of War Torts, you can just get the cheapest one. These are very cheap. Colovian War Tort. I just like saying it with an American accent. If you get the War Torts on the go, to boost your AP in Cyrodiil, every time you earn, I want to say it's 25k AP, you will get a rewards for the worthy. And that means every day you can open one of them. Sorry, just let me clear up my... There we go. Hey, look, for your dauntless deeds in Maelstrom Arena. Lovely. You will get some of these. And as you can see, I have a lot. These are still... This is from last White Strix Mayhem and the 2 Cyrodiil vengeance tests that we've had. And when you open one, once a day, you have a chance to get them multiple times, but I think it's guaranteed once a day. You open them up and you get a geode. And again, as you can see, that has 25 inside each one. I have 30 of them, with, you know, like 70 more to go, and another PvP event coming up. I'm already at 1,000 transmutes. I cannot possibly use all this stuff. So I would highly recommend that. You don't have to be good at it. You don't have to have an amazing build. You just got to sort of jump in when there's an event on in particular and find the fun in the chaos and all that, Piquini. That will get you more transmutes than you could ever deal with. But random normals are also a very, very good method of doing it. Don't you get the same amount per daily battlegrounds as well? So that would be my suggestion. Get a trusted source, that, not me, who can give you a really decent PvP build that's somewhat up to date and that will stand you in good stead. At least allow you to fend off most attacks and heal yourself. And will occasionally get you to mean you can contribute to kills. That's the way. Moose, get as many characters as you can into 30-day Cyrodiil campaign. Get them to tier 1. Only need 20 or 25k AP for that. That's true. That's a little bit more long term. Then at the end of the campaign, provided you homed it before you went in, you will get, it's 50, right? Crazy. Killing players in PvP. Protoss Pafarius. I think it's 20k for rewards to the worthy, 20k, 25 for tier 1, that could be right. Taunts don't boost your AP, they only boost... Grenade, you're right. Actually. I think that's correct. Also this. 50 for each character, yeah. Here's a question, would you play Battlegrounds if they made it Vengeance style? No. I wouldn't play Cyrodiil if they made it Vengeance style. The only reason I'm playing Cyrodiil Vengeance is because I love it when Cyrodiil is full, and I want to help them gather data for fixing performance. I do not think Cyrodiil Vengeance is a good idea as a long-term thing. I think there is definitely an attraction to being able to just walk in. Anyone, you don't have to have anything prepped, you don't have to have a build, you don't need that much knowledge even, and you can start putting something together. I do love that. I think that's hugely enjoyable for a lot of people. But I don't think it is a sustainable, like, long-term... Maybe they should have a training version of Cyrodiil where you can do that. I really don't know. But, no, I'm one of those people who doesn't agree that Vengeance is inherently attractive. I don't think I know any PvPers who've said that. They all think it should be they're all very nervous about the rosy reception it's been getting, and they're worried that the devs are going to think, oh, maybe this is an alternative to Cyrodiil. I think the devs aren't going to consider that, for what it's worth. I thought you do have a PvP build. Well, there you go. You should be golden. Need to get into BGs more often. I almost never do battlegrounds. They're really fun, or they can be really fun. I much prefer the open world stuff. So I'm gonna set aside time to do PvP. I'll always check Cyrodiil or IC first. But that's personal. I know loads of people that would rather do it the other way around. They'd much rather do a BG. If you get your character to tier 3, you get 100 transmutes. You do this on 20 tunes. That does take longer though, doesn't it? Admittedly. Never recovered from the flood of transmutes. Yeah, since they changed them a while ago, PvP has just become ridiculously profitable. Unfortunately, I don't think it's, I always assumed the goal, the idea with that was to get more PvEers, who often desperately need transmutes, to get them into PvP. Thinking, hey, this would be a great way for me to keep my head above water, transmute-wise. But it doesn't seem to have worked. All it's done is drown PvPers in transmutes. God damn it. There we go. Isn't that only if you win of a tier 3 and only receive 50? And it requires way more AP, which during event is a bit easier, that's true. Yeah. Either way, PvP is like ungodly for transmutes. X grenades, I think I might be the top 2. I wouldn't be able to speak to this, I'm not sure. Because AD were night capping and playing the map and I was on DC and I'm fairly sure we lost that. Lost came second. No idea. PvP is way bigger transmute sync than PvE. Probably, yes. But then you use a lot of crafted sets. Until recently, I never used crafted sets in PvE. Like, Diamond's Victory was like a blip on the radar, you know? But before Highland Sentinel, and now Tideborn, crafted sets in PvE weren't really a thing. Organized PvE, I mean. You know, dungeons and trials, where you're doing the hard modes and whatnot. Wamasu. Top 2% on leaderboard, get some extras. Yeah, I've had that like once or twice. Not very often, because again, I just don't do enough to feature. But as we've said many times on this channel, we all think, or we all wait with bated breath for ZOS to have a long, hard look at their rewards systems in this game, especially for repeatable content and for PvP. I just don't think it's not enough. And there are plenty of ways you can do it without breaking any sort of economy. You know, Seals of Endeavor, or something similar, some sort of a token which you can put towards a cosmetic. Oh, we're nearly done. Here she comes. Spending so much transmute stones with multi-class testing new stuff. She never even did her screamy thing. Nice. They should have some of the stream team and have them do some voiceovers for new DLC characters. I think that would be a cool streamer reward. Yeah, but we would just sound like people. I think you might underestimate the difficulty of doing a convincing voiceover. But yeah, don't get me wrong, I would love that. I would love to voice an NPC in this game, but can you imagine? Can you imagine a companion voiced by 8 puppies? Every time you enter a boss fight, oh my god! I don't know, Pups isn't like that all the time. He's actually very chill. But that could be immersion breaking. Also, I think they have a thing about Easter eggs in the game, the writing team, and I think that might come under that umbrella. But as a streamer, I'm flattered that you would even suggest such a thing. The Zynode would die. Well, at least Zynode and I have the British accent, which probably, in a fantasy setting, probably helps a little bit. I don't know, what character would I be then? I don't think I want to hear the answer to this, but I'm going to ask. What NPC would be appropriate for me to voice? An arrogant sorcerer. I've done that in my videos a few times. Do you guys remember this? This is one of our really, really early videos.
You will die like all the others.
Oh. I can't even remember the quote. Those who can't play Magsorg. It was something like that. And it was a joke, of course. Khan should re-record Stuga. Oi! Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Looking for you? Just make Stuga from Essex or something. Oi! Cunt! You know how long I've been looking for you? That'd be amazing. I asked Rich years ago if there were any plans of him voicing anything in ESO, and he said he would need to be a member of some sort of Actors Guild thing. Don't think it would be easy to get random ESO streamers to do it. Yeah, SAG-AFTRA. I don't know if you need to be in the guild? But yeah, there's probably some contractual thing. Yeah, in fact... No, yeah, I don't know the rules, but I know I've heard bits and pieces about becoming a screen actor in the States. They do have a lot of accreditation, which is designed to protect professionals. Oh, whoops, I missed that guy completely. Do a Nord. Which Nord? The Thalmor. There's that one voiceover in Skyrim always pronounces the Thalmor with a hard T. I think my favorite Nord, one of my favorite Nords might be Steve Bloom, i.e. Rigard the Brash. He also does Jakan, but Rigard is just fantastic. But that guy has got such a deep, sonorous, growly fucking voice. I love it. For those who haven't heard me say it like a million times, he voiced Zeb in Star Wars Rebels. Carabast. Too much fun. The troll has been really mean today, isn't he? He's going to all the paths where I'm not, at the least convenient ones. The one that opens the door. What did the director say to the actor who was... That sounds like the beginning of a joke, doesn't it? Sometimes there's a punchline coming. What directions was that actor given? Go. Oh, this one, for that matter. Oi. What is she doing? I really do want to know, like, sometimes with these crazy noises, like there's a brilliant, sadly it's not a video, it's just an audio recording of Mike Patton, as in the singer from Faith No More, and, not Dredge, what are they called? Tomahawk. Absolutely amazing vocalist. Beautiful, beautiful voice. Like, super sexy voice when he needs it to be. But he also voiced all of the infected in Left 4 Dead. And there's a brilliant recording of him just in a booth doing all the voices of when they are, you know, docile, just ambient, undead sounds. And then as they become aware of something, you know, they start to get more agitated. And then when they finally see the player character and they start screaming and then charging at you, and yeah. It is amazing. Track it down if you can. Mike Patton, Left 4 Dead. It is freaky. Even if you haven't played the game, you'll find it funny. But it's particularly hilarious if you have played. Moose, I'm a Nord. Yeah, I'm not going to do Moose. That'd be weird, especially without enthusiastic consent. You got to get that consent. The more enthusiastic, the better. Lol. Yeah. I thought that might get a chuckle. Consent humor is always good, right? Where's the spinner? There it is. Ah, crap. I dodge rolled in the middle of the grenades. I'll just have to leave it, I guess. Completely pointless. Man, I've been doing this too late, like every time. Book magic. Battlegrounds of the Vengeance playstyle would be better than regular. Maybe Battlegrounds would be. Honestly, I hadn't given it any thought at all. I gotta stop going for these. It's really bad. I'm just gonna slow roll this one so I can get a couple more ticks. Come on, mate, keep up. There we go. Dodge rolled in the what? Yeah, the Venom grenade was up and I was trying to take it, but I dodge rolled out of the synergy before, you know, before the animation had finished. That's what I meant. Okay, almost boss time. I've wasted a lot of time on this one. Wow, going really, really slowly.
Hello there.
Hello there. Oh crap, again. Stupid tick. Total waste. She's gonna be stunned for like 2 seconds. Yeah, there we go. Utterly pointless. Alright. Kazi, hello there. So you made the build, mostly. Fate cover is kind of dumb, but somehow also fun. I totally agree with that assessment. Yeah. There's something about, especially when you move it and you're lining up multiple targets, it makes up for the fact that it's like, what am I even doing? Like, there's no gameplay here. I still would rather it was not the meta. I think something so easy should obviously not be the most powerful. But, yeah, I don't have the problem with it that some people do. And I'd much rather people were, when it comes to accessibility options, I don't know if I'm right about this, but I feel like, and I get a strong sense that, and I've been told by people that, in terms of an accessibility option, Fate Carver is a lot better than like a heavy attack meta. Because at least if you then decide to leave it behind and try something else, a Fate Carver rotation is a lot like any other. Whereas a heavy attack rotation is very much, I guess it's personal, but it kind of is its own thing. It's harder to make that transition between the two. And Kieran, how you doing? Welcome on in. Zion Control making the point with regard to Vengeance. Or Cyrodiil Vengeance, PvP Vengeance mode. The population isn't large enough to be divided more. Yeah. I was having a conversation with Okui and Pain in the Axe about exactly this. That is part of the issue. For them, at least. Where is it? Mamasu. Eondine. I always wondered why there wasn't a mini Cyrodiil battleground with basic siege and stuff. That actually sounds freaking awesome. Just as a one sentence pitch. Great for theory craft. Yeah, yeah. And book magics. I was actually telling some guildies that a cool new battleground could be a castle siege. One team defending versus one breaking in. Siege practice with players. Battlegrounds could just be improved big time by actually letting people load in. Perfect timing. Such good timing. No. Jesus. Why did I get a venom caller just as the boss spawned in? Hey Maya, how's it going? How you doing?
I must say.
How's the workage? X-Grenade redeemed Maya does Uwu voice.
Game over, man. It's game over.
Uwu.
What are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do?
Yeah, right, Maya. That's the thing you have to do on Thursday. You have to do game over, man, game over, but in Uwu voice. What are we gonna do, Woo? Ripley, you've blown the transaxle. You're just grinding metal. Come on, he's down. He's down. If you know, you know. I'll have to owe you that one, Grenade. Yeah, you will, Maya. Absolutely. Oh, Maya, it was you with the banana now. Okay, well, thank you for that. Just as I was trying to kill a boss, and I got a venom caller right when that guy spawned. I don't think I've ever had that before. That sucks. I've got one halfway through the fight, but then you just ignore it when it's there from the beginning during your pre-buff. And hey again, Mark. Hope you are having a nice week. Such as it is. And that all is well with you and yours. You don't have to, Maya. It was one of those sound recordings that play a 25-year-old boomer. You can't be a 25-year-old boomer. What the fuck? You're hanging out with people who are way older than that. Some of us, anyway. Oh, already? Shit. Man, I'm so often I'm taken off guard by that one. Sit the fuck down. Only 25. A tiny. Exactly, yeah. A small. A bebe. A small. Well, we don't know. Smalls doesn't necessarily have anything to do with it. Grenade might have intimidatingly... well, just intimidating proportions, shall we say. A tiny lol. Now, would I really like the idea of a like a mini BG, which is almost like a Cyrodiil playground. Don't know how they would justify it from a lore standpoint, but I'm sure they'd figure out a way. Grenade is a boomer because he goes boom. That's a good point. That is a very good point. Not even 5 feet tall. Wish I could say I was an average height, but that would be a lie. That is pretty compact. Well, you know, they say good things and all that. One of my really good friends, just before I went to university, so when I was doing my, what in the UK you call A-levels, I guess, pre-college exams, she was really small. She was under 5 foot as well, and she could fit if she and I put our hands palm to palm, her outstretched hand, like all her fingers, wouldn't even fit inside the palm of my hand. Just one of those, I guess, when we all started at that school, most of us were around the same height, and she just stayed at that height for the whole of it. "5'9", maybe in Germany. I think in the UK that's not that short at all. I think that might be quite typical. I don't know. Could be like PvP dungeons. Call them fortresses or something, so they're larger than a BG map, but similar to a dungeon. I gotta say, I love the idea. I think that could be so fun. But as soon as you introduce competitiveness, especially like a deathmatch type thing into it, that does change the vibe. Like, fundamentally. Where is it? There it is. Can't see anything inside that Titan's big old dead ass. And yes, I'm aware that that is a very, very strange sentence. I am aware. I became aware as I said it. If I could be 5'5", I would be so thrilled. Let all stand in water take measurements of tallness. Come on. That was a fairly swift upstairs phase. I normally take a little bit longer.
Now for the final phase. Watch as I absorb all the power I need.
Oh, you can use it against him? What? I've never done this. I didn't know you could do that. You definitely get it cleaned when you... Yeah, you get it cleaned off you when you start, don't you? So you can't use it to stun him right away. So I always assumed you could never use it on him, but I guess if you make sure you have... You're just one ghost away from max stacks, you can then stun him at the end. See? I'm learning stuff. And I'm also wasting so many transmutes coming here. 38 minutes. How is it taking so long? I feel like I'm going pretty fast. And I'm just pausing occasionally to talk to you guys. Wow. I suppose at the end of Arena 1 and 2, we did properly stop and chat, didn't we? But not for like 8 minutes. Drowns. Witch! Oops, not a witch. So if she weighs the same as a duck, she's made of wood, and therefore a witch! Bro's never seen a VMA world record. Yeah. Literally never. Why would I? I genuinely don't know this stuff.
And now it's time for my barons
Monty
to
Python for the
return
win.
to me. Stand back.
You take 1 minute between rounds is already 8 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I did, but obviously must have been stopping and fucking around. Also, the spider phase, that was a really slow one. I probably added a minute there that I normally would skip. But yeah, I'm not. Maybe I should try going faster. Maybe I should actually give a shit. I'm sure it'd be fun. But I was just showcasing how ridiculously easy it is at the moment to get a nice clean clear in VMA.
Your assistance has been most satisfactory. I won't forget it. Or anyway, my tutor won't forget it.
This is like the VMA trick. But you can't stun him right away, can you? Because there's no ghost. And if you're at full stacks when he spawns in, they get removed. Correct? You can. So what do? You just have to wait for him to do a few moves? Because I'm sure I've done it before. Or maybe they're just on a timer then. Because I've definitely had Spectral Explosion when the boss arrived. Then immediately it got removed. The synergy was removed. When he spawned in. You might have to talk to chat while you actually try. Yeah, that works actually, doesn't it? I mean, I don't care that it took 38 minutes. I've got all the time in the world. I'm just streaming. But I'm surprised that it takes 8 minutes more. Like a typical clear for me is 29 to 32 minutes, give or take, which I know is very slow. But you know, I'm just killing stuff as it spawns, not swapping gear, not swapping anything, and yeah, esports commentator. Yeah, maybe looked. It just ran out one time, and I assumed that it gets removed because it was like the first thing I thought of when I went in there. And I thought, oh, I should hang on to the Spectral Explosion so I can stun him when he spawns in, then nuke him. And it didn't work. I couldn't use the synergy. It was just, it disappeared. I guess I could have got very, very unlucky with the timing. Yeah. Oh, well, next time I'll definitely give that a go, because that upstairs bit is just... It's not difficult, it's just kind of dull. Anyway, Did you guys know, right, while we're here, we're not going to dwell on this because I don't have it all committed to memory, but did you guys know which game this character first appeared in? Is it A, ESO, B, Daggerfall, or C, Morrowind? Where do you think he first appeared? Funwheat Hen. Daggerfall. Knowledge that it's possible is quite widespread. I'm sure it is. Look, I literally don't do this content. That's part of the pitch of like, hey, look, there's someone who doesn't know or do any strats in here. I've just put on the build, put on the gear, equip. It's not even about the gear. It's just, you know, these skill lines and this particular setup, and then the Reaving Blows CP, and it is just a freaking walk in the park, unless you make a catastrophic error. And that was the whole point. But yeah, like, why would I ever go seeking information about Maelstrom when it's so easy for me to clear? I absolutely would if I wanted to push score, but since I never go in here, it's perfectly possible that everyone knows this but me. However, you are the first person to mention it on stream, to be fair. And I must have done this like 4 times now. So I don't know, we're probably both in a bubble to some degree. It is... None of you got it right. It is Morrowind. He's actually mentioned in a book that describes Vivek's very, very early life. And it might even be suggested that he's in the fetal stage. Morrowind is very weird. This is when Ted Peterson and Michael Kirkbride were still writing a lot of the lore. And Funwheat Hen appears to him and teaches him how to fight. And the whole concept of he brings out 9 barons who move like this. So actually, they did a fucking great job with the Maelstrom Arena calling back to something that was in the lore and making it somewhat consistent. There's this Daedra who's just obsessed with fighting and like martial techniques. And he appeared to Vivek in his youth, either in a dream or through some kind of summons or whatever, and taught Vivek how to be an absolutely awesome kick-ass fighter. But evidently here, he's had a bout of dementia or whatever it is, and yeah, needs our help to recover his knowledge of fighting techniques as represented by his barons. Really, really weird. The mysticism of Morrowind is just completely whack. But there we go. I thought that was a fun little fact. Maya, that's gross. Didn't know the final boss thing either, and I've done a shitload of PvE. Oh, well, thank you for backing me up. I'm glad to have it mentioned, though. And I assumed it must be... Like I said, it was like one of the first things I tried in there. As soon as I became aware that spectral explosion was a thing, I think it was my second clear, I was like, ah, that's clearly what it's for. And then I tried it a couple of times and it fucked up. But I guess I must... Either they changed it, which seems very unlikely, or I must have just got it too early, and it just happened to run out on the dot as the boss spawned in. I thought it was the game taking it away, because it's like, no, that would be too easy. Also, info about Maelstrom is not info I want to store in my brain for any length of time. And dubious Kieran. Anything Kirkbride was involved in reads like it was written on a week-long shrooms bender. Yeah, exactly. Kirkbride and Peterson are the ones. And the word is Almsivi. All of that stuff. I listen to all lore and ESO games and have a very good memory for like a day. Then I forget everything, so don't ask me. Alright. Where does the gold ghost come into Maelstrom Arena? The gold ghost? It's only on the last boss. You get that mechanic. The spider boss has the spider arena has a similar thing. You know, with the little obelisks that you can free up. But yeah, good fun. Alright. Yes, but why? Because it's a, I don't know, what's it called, the last one? I would imagine it's to do with souls that have been... It's a sort of a Deadlands-themed arena, isn't it? So it would make more sense if it was more like Baal and sort of Cold Harbor themed. I don't know, maybe it is Cold Harbor themed, in which case it makes sense. You know, he's all about the stealing and storing of souls. Moloch Baal is in a lot of ways the most like sort of the popular Abrahamic ideas of the devil. That's Christian, really, not Abrahamic. And a lot of that isn't even Christian, it's pre-Christian, but whatever. The Christians were smart, so they just, like, grafted their religion right on top of existing cultural beliefs. Hence Christmas and Easter and all of that stuff. And the devil was one of those. But yeah, he's a little bit like more like that than most of the other Daedric princes. Dagon being the other obvious example. But yeah, so I guess they're souls that you can... They either damage you or they want to help you somehow. But it's a good question. I don't know the answer. It's just a mechanic. What do you mean, why? Yeah, I mean, that is ultimately the answer, but they do have to come up with some sort of a fictional conceit for everything. Unless it's a Sheogora themed dungeon, in which case, literally anything fucking goes, it doesn't matter. Love dying to lag in VMA. They have guaranteed chance of appearing while humanoids are present. Limited to once per round, if I remember rightly. Hey, Grenade! Thanks for the sub! And congrats on the hair. Oh my god, the sub doesn't stop the ad. Save me. Oh no! Right. The final wave of the final round is just an Ogrim. So if you fail to pick it up there, or before that, you have 0 chance of one spawning again until he arrives back downstairs. Yeah. Yay! Grenadide's back. I think I'm just going to continue with a bit of Clockwork Story. Since we were having fun in there the other day. Book magic. I see these messages as well. Frost Troll is hardest when you got high ping. Yeah, I can imagine. That's definitely my... If I ever hated, quote-unquote, hated arena in there, it's definitely that one. Not these days. Because damage has gone up so high. And if you're using Fate Carver, you have a little bit of a margin for error. But back in the day, the way I was doing it, on a Stamina Nightblade with like Fighters Guild chains to pull everything in. It was very easy to make even a small mistake or even just get a little bit unlucky and the lag would just crush you. It was so fucking laggy in there. I mean, get it. Not even laggy, just buggy, I think, would be a better description. Yeah, look, I really hate Soul Arenas personally. I don't hate them, I've nothing against them, but I just don't do them. I have very, very little interest. You know, if they add another one to the game, I'm there, I'm going to complete it, I'm going to be curious. I'll get the achievements and all that stuff. But it will not be... It won't be my favorite. And especially Maelstrom has aged poorly in some respects. Yeah, definitely not my favorite thing to do in an MMO, but I understand why they're there. I think making Infinite Archive designing it with 2 players in mind as a default was a very shrewd move. The fact that it is soloable is also great, but it's designed primarily to be 2-player. Hey, I'm Cho. Welcome on in. And Book Magic saying, if you'd asked me the best shop to rob in Daggerfall, it would be the jewelry shop. Those gems so valuable to resell to the jeweler next morning. Is that a fact? That doesn't surprise me at all. And Aeondine, I've probably never cursed more than during Maelstrom, lol. My ping is pretty high too. Believe me, it doesn't need the ping doesn't high ping isn't even a prerequisite for fuckery in there. Look, supreme respect to anyone who pushes the solo arenas, because 5-minute reset, low HP, plus high damage feels unrealistic. Generally, mechanics diverge from dungeon/trial types, and timers are weird. Especially Maelstrom diverges so much from normal gameplay. I don't know why people say it teaches you how to play the game or something. It teaches you how to do Maelstrom, not anything else. It teaches you some stuff. But I've had this discussion exactly in the past. I think it was used as for a long time when you couldn't get the weapons on normal. There were no perfected weapons. You had to get the weapons on veteran. Nothing dropped on normal. There was just no point doing it. It was just practice for vet. Back then, I think a lot of trial guilds would use the achievement or the possession of the weapon as just, okay, well, this person must know the basics at least. And I think that's why it got the reputation, oh, it teaches you how to play the game. I mean, it teaches you how to use... It teaches you more about PvP, probably, than it does about PvE. But, yeah, I mean, solo arenas aren't going to be great at teaching you how to do group content, inherently. Anyway, let's upgrade the visuals a little bit. Let's crank up the settings. I like to do this for questing. Pro tip. Turn that shit off. Depth of field. Why? Why even? I suppose it's kind of nice when you're talking to someone and the background is in soft focus. But it really bugs me actually when I look at the distant landscape and it's all blurry for some reason. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Visitors. Useless.
Outsider observation report, log 3. We're not reading the whole thing. Oh, fuck it. Let's read the whole thing. Rosalind Frenrick, stranded mage. So I've been told that my observations have been too colourful. I suppose that's the way I'd put it. I guess after growing up in a world that's just different shades of brown, a bit of colour can be confusing. Still, they told me to write my observations, and I'll be damned if I can do that anyway, but how I know how. So they'll just have to analyse a bit harder. I thought I'd write about other places in Clockwork City that I've visited so far. I've talked about the Brass Fortress, the General Radius, but there are some other locations around here that I've been taken to. Some of them seemed a tad more practical than others, but then again, I'm not really sure I can compare my definition of practical with the God of Mysteries. First, they took me to the mnemonic planisphere. Well, more like we walked by it because I wasn't allowed to go inside. I was told it was sort of like a storehouse for Sothasil's memories. Yeah, you read right, his memories. He's apparently got so many of them, he likes to keep them all organised in a giant building. I'll tell you, it's almost as big as a castle, and they look like stars? How do you turn memories into stars? I'm not sure, and then again, I'm not a god. Like I said, Kirkbride and Peterson, weird, in a wonderful way, and this is the jumping off point for ESO for a lot of that stuff. Vardenfell and Clockwork City and all of that stuff. Kazi, time for finally checking out Solstice. See you later. Alrighty then. This texture also seems a bit bugged. The vertical line on the right. Now I can't unsee that. Yeah. I don't know if that's to do with any add-ons or anything that I've got going. It might not appear for everyone, but yeah. What the fuck. The UI update in Update 45 did a number on a lot of niche UIs. Oh, you think it's a new thing? I have never noticed it before. And it's the kind of thing I would usually spot. I was just sort of furrowing my brow at it just now. Yeah, the IAN screen, okay. The next stop was far more practical of a place, called the Halls of Regulation. Now, I've been wondering where all the fresh water came from, because the rivers and the lakes here are filled with oil, of all things. Apparently this place somehow cleans it all up. Sure, they tried to explain it to me, talked about the water cycle and evaporation, and all these fancy terms, but hey, it gives me fresh water, so I can't complain, even if I barely understand it. That's like most of us and any power, right? The inside was a little less spruced up than I expected. A lot of pipes, a lot of steam, and a lot of factotums. Couldn't help but feel nervous around them all. I was told that they help maintain the halls of regulation all by themselves. I was shocked since the whole operation sounded a bit high maintenance. Wasn't there an apostle there to give them orders, make sure everything was running smoothly? Then they started talking about Sotha Seal and how he sets everything in perfect regulation, and honestly, I started to lose track of the conversation from then on. We went up north to the Everwound Wellspring, which is my favourite stop because they had actual food here. I've never been more happy to eat an apple in my life. What the hell was that noise? Suddenly disappeared. Weird. Okay. Never been more happy to eat an apple in my life. After weeks of tasteless gruel, it was the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. Ma was right. Hunger is truly the best seasoning. And all the plants were green. I never thought I'd miss green as much as I do. Despite my excitement, though, I couldn't help but feel that something was off about the place. The Mer running it was nice enough, but after talking to him, I could tell he had a few screws loose. All that stress really must have gotten to him, I suppose. He's under a lot of pressure, though, especially since he took up the project after Sotha Seal got bored of it. Well, they're telling me to complete this observation report best I can now. I don't think they need any more observations from me, so I guess this is it. Right, so my overall impression is that Clockwork City, well, it's one of the most dangerous places I've ever set foot in. I can't really believe someone who calls himself a god would really let his followers live here. It's more made for machines than any living creature. Still, it has an odd beauty about it. The metal leaves in the trees that glitter in the sun are particularly nice. Guess I'll just have to get used to it, since this seems to be a one-way trip. No one but Sotha Seal gets to leave Clockwork City. Honestly, I hope I'm the last beefwit who gets stuck with here. I wouldn't wish this life on anyone else. Shit, that's bleak, man. This one is a lot more egregious. Alright, you're gonna send me a picture. Thank you. And Book Magic saying in Daggerfall, you could park a cart in the middle of town at night, rob the entire store, dump the stuff into the cart, then rob the next shop, repeat, then wait until day, shop open time, resale to the shopkeepers. That's wild. I'm planning on maybe playing some Daggerfall Unity at some point, streaming it. So that, I'll try to keep that tip in mind. I still need to complete any Vatishran, gave up on it many updates back when couldn't get the Minotaur done, just killed me with fire every time no matter what I did. I see. Gotta try it again before update 48 and getting nerfed, where it's impossible again. It's not gonna be that difficult, don't worry about it. And, yeah, I don't know if I've got time to do it now. Depends when I have to go and hang out with Maya, which I've got to do for lunch at some point. But I have streamed it a couple of times. If you want to come back tomorrow, maybe we'll have time for a Vatishran. And, yeah, it's the same setup I've used in Maelstrom. It makes it very safe. It's still a little bit squishy, so you kind of have to not make mistakes, but the damage is just so stupidly high that you can generally just chill and yawn your way through most of it. Just got to make sure you keep up Blockade and Major Resolve. And that's about it. I kid you not. It's got so much easier than it used to be. But anyway, let's talk to this Ralmir guy. Who's this other dude? Jonafe. I thought that was a dead at first. I was like, you just got a dead guy next to you. No, he's just sleeping. It's alright, Ma.
What are you doing nosing around here with that ugly beast? Jonafe and I haven't done nothing.
I'm looking for Chancellor Gascon. Have you seen him?
Chancellor who? Oh, you mean that brass-arsed fancy boots that came running through here. Yeah, I seen him, dragging his silly apostle skirts behind him like a broken wheel chain. Seemed like he was in a hurry. Pretty suspicious if you ask me.
That is an amazing description. You mean that brass-arsed fancy boots that came running through here? Fancy boots. My fabricant's lost the scent. Which way did he go?
Yeah, the grease mucks up fabricant snoots. That's why we stay down here. Wouldn't want the constable to see you. Never mind. Your man headed west. Should be some oily footprints
West?
about. Follow those tracks and you'll find your fancy boots.
Okay. What are they up to that's so illicit then? And I've totally lost my, the pet. You're supposed to have a little Nyx hound helping you, aren't you? Maybe I can't do this. Maybe I need to restart the thing. Oh, there we go. Orders of assassination. Oh, here we go. That is the, that's the nocturnal motif, isn't it? By the dark of night, hearken to these words. Chancellor Gascoigne has betrayed us. If he proceeds through the ravine, capture him. Failing that, slay him. We cannot allow a servant of Sothasil to know our secrets, even a traitorous servant. May the shadows guide your blades. Dun dun dun. These are some rambling ass footprints, aren't they? You were saying? I do think this would be more fun. We were talking about this the other day. I think this would be more fun with a high level of difficulty. I mean, I'm not going to kid myself that they'll make it actually difficult. But just the ads will do anything at all. And they'll take more than like 2 moves to kill him.
Are you here to kill me? Too late. Your scheming chancellor beat you to it.
Most of my first VMA in 4 years only died to lag on ice. Oh man, it's so painful, isn't it? Oh, just now!
Another
Hell yeah!
vile, sniveling agents. Gascoigne's gone. Now let me return to my mistress in peace.
It is so easy with Arcanist, you're right. A lot of it doesn't feel that fun. But, yeah, there are a couple of ways in which Arcanist makes up for it. One is the nuke. It's always satisfying to nuke, even when it's easy. I think. And also some of the positioning, like, you know, like we talked about, when the ads line up in a particular way, and you can sort of move tactically from one position to the next, so that you're always beaming 2 targets, and as one of them dies, you reposition, hitting another target. There's a little bit of fun in that minigame, but yeah, it is crazy easy. I remember the first time I did it on a mag blade and a mag plat, I thought, no, this is stupid, it's way too easy. But, yeah, Arcanist is a whole different ballgame. Lag on Ice sounds like a drink name. Field, you're right! You know what we should do? Make the banner useless. That will fix it for sure. I mean, it makes it slightly slower, but it doesn't make it harder. I mean, I just did it the other day on, because Kazi was asking for a DK setup. So instead of Storm Calling, we went Draconic Power. And obviously no banner because it was a DK base. But it was essentially the same setup, and it was just as easy as before. but a little bit slower, a little bit more boring, I guess. So yeah, in that particular case, didn't really fix anything. Makes you pass out without knowing why. It's my first 600 plus VMA run. Well, congrats, Moose. And who cares whether it's become easier or not? The game is the game. Alright, Gascon did this to you? Where is he?
West, in the ventral terminus. He may have killed me, but he won't last long. He sealed his fate the moment he betrayed us. There existed a covenant between your Gascon Clavicus file and my mistress. But he broke it. Now he will drown in blood.
My. Ain't she a peach? Well, we'll see about that.
Night mistress, I am coming.
Right now? Dude, no. Why don't you tell me about this covenant?
Gascon vowed to bring us an artifact of great power. Now the artifact is gone. But don't worry. My mistress will wring the truth out of him soon. The Whispering Shadows will claim this artifact, and you will all die, deafened by your own screams.
What the fuck is up with this girl? And, Grenade, they really need to work on the fact that their dying NPCs always look fine. Yeah, she just looks a little bit dirty and pissed off. You know, like she stepped on a Lego and then fell in some dirt. That's definitely, I just stepped on a Lego face. Not, I'm bleeding out and was betrayed face. Book Magic, I love Arcanist. If they ever nerf the flail or the fate cover, I love. It might then have me playing less. I love the simplicity. Well, alright, let me just play devil's advocate here. They buffed the beam already in update 46, so wouldn't it be okay to bring it back down a little bit? But yeah, if you mean like big nerfs, and they already nerfed flail, like massively, a while back. In my opinion, they could nerf fate cover a bit, buff the flail in response. The older you get, the less buttons you want to push in a short time period. I don't know, a lot of people say that. It's definitely not true for me. And plenty of gamers. But I don't think there's anything wrong with enjoying Arcanist at any age. I don't think people should feel the need to defend that at all. It's totally fine. Loads of people love it. Loads. I quite like it. I don't have the problem with it that some people do. Although when it launched, I was a little bit of a skeptic. I was like, come on, seriously? This beam is too long, man. But, yeah, the moment-to-moment sense of reward you can get from repositioning goes some way to mitigate that feeling I have about it. And then the banner as well, but we've been over this. I like the wild card that the banner introduced to the rotation, but it does fundamentally make it easier. But yeah, I don't think it would be a victory for anyone if Arcanist suddenly went way down the list. You know, I don't really like tier lists because they are incredibly reductive and not very helpful. But, you know, if we think of the tier list of Arcanist being on the top or whatever, if it gets bumped down towards the bottom, then that sucks, and that's a bad change. Unless the gap between everything is absolutely tiny, at which point the whole tier list concept goes out the window. But yeah, what bugs me is that Arcanist is the easiest and the best at everything. You know? I don't feel like that should be the case. And Moose saying, oh, you were nuking the Ice Arena boss, then mid-beam just fell over. Death Recap was full of things that never happened. I'm so with you, yeah. It is very strange in that particular arena. It doesn't really happen to me anywhere else. Not consistently anyway, but I've had so many deaths that I couldn't for the life of me explain. In the Rink of Frozen Blood. Your Reaving Blows trick, Reaving Blows CP trick was definitely enough. Pale order not needed, so thank you for that. Well, it makes all the nukes faster and more fun, right? Arcanist has made me like a DD, made me like DD again. And there we go. That is what the devs want to hear. That's what kind of what Book Magic is saying. Arcanist has made me like DPS again. I was pretty bored for a year. Probably more DDing before Arc. Yeah, and Erin, all the upcoming dungeons and trials can have constant interrupts, so Arcanist Beam becomes sort of less attractive. No, you just assign an interrupt DD with Ansel. You know, like a Necro. A Bash Crow, specifically. And Book Magic, nope, they're nerfing Assassin Line, so that's enough nerfing for me. Well, it's Relentless Focus they're nerfing. Which, I don't know, I don't have a problem with the specific... It's just like, why put a buff on it? That's not... No. That's not the way to do it, at all. Oh, we get interrupted, not any... Oh, I see. Oh, I would hate that. That would be horrible. Let's know if the Dragon Knight's pull chains and all its resistances can't have game too easy for Dragon Knights. I mean... I think the game being easy isn't a problem. I think it's that the game mustn't... The game has variety and depth, right? And even people who don't realize... There are some players who don't think those things are a strength. And I'm just going to say it. They're wrong. It's not a valid opinion. They're just mistaken. That the game would be better if it was just much more simple. There's like no way that argument stands up under the least bit of scrutiny. So the thing that the devs have to do is to make it appealing and fun and comprehensible and all of those things without sacrificing too much of that depth, variety, complexity. And that's the trick, you know, and they don't always steer the ship in a way that seems to make sense to the rest of us. But yeah. I think there's a bit of a sense that some people are against easy playstyles. I don't think that's true at all. I think there are some people who are like, come on, if I'm putting in 30% of the effort, I shouldn't be getting 90% of the damage. Like, let's just sort it out and encourage more people to embrace the more complicated, you know, greater input, greater output. And that is a valid thing. If you make the easy option too powerful, well, no one's going to bother with the you know, the more complicated, higher effort, more preparation option. No one's going to choose the route of more hassle. Anyway. So, lady, why did you mention Clavicus Vile earlier as agents in the Clockwork City?
You really have no idea, do you? Daedric forces conspire in every dark corner. Lurk behind every tree and stone. We spread like a plague, claiming more souls and territory with each passing hour. So the Seal's precious city will die at our hands.
Enough. Answer the fucking question. Are Vile's minions in the city or not?
Yes, Scathin and others. They served their purpose, and yet they linger, confounding my mistress's plans and providing safe harbor to that toad gas code. I will say no more.
I love it. She squeals like an absolute pig. We're not even putting her under any pressure to give us information, and she just spills everything. And then I will say no more. Well, good for you. That's pretty funny. I like the delivery, though. And, Moose. Does Vadashran feel as crazy easy now compared to a few years ago like VMA does? Yes. If anything, it's even easier because... Well, it's not easier than VMA, but, with Reaving Blows, you're not waiting for stuff to spawn in. You know, when they all spawn in at other different points of the room, and you start placing your AoEs down, and they start to gap close, and you start taking ranged attacks. if you take a couple of big hits in that moment in VMA, you got to be careful. You might buy it. Whereas in Valistron, that doesn't really happen so much because they don't spawn in; they're already there. So I found that not using Pale Order was even more forgiving in Valistron than it was in Maelstrom. Break out the camel once again. Very important. I should also put on... I had a special outfit, didn't I? For doing Clockwork City. Hello, Clockwork City Walk. For all the South Park fans out there. We were discussing favorite South Park episodes a couple of weeks ago, and that episode with the goddamn Mongolian that did come up. It's maybe not my favorite episode, but it's got a couple of my favorite moments in it. It's just so good, and I have very fond memories of like my dad used to work in the same city where Maya and I lived. Hey, Snuffler's back. Hey, buddy. Cool. So progressing the quest fixed it, and now he's back. But basically, some days it made more sense for my dad to just stay over with us than drive all the way home or get the train or whatever. So he would do that. And when Maya was doing her cookery school stuff, he and I would watch movies, or I'd just, have a bottle of wine, whatever, some whiskey. And one evening, we were talking about South Park. He was like, I haven't seen South Park since it came out, since the first couple of seasons. What's it like these days? I put on some of the other stuff, and we just watched a handful of episodes. I think the one with Mark Zuckerberg was in there, and the whole bit with the Mongolians trying to break down the city wall. My dad was absolutely crying with laughter. Goddamn Mongolian, break down my shitty wall! So good. Right, what are we doing? I'm supposed to be following Snuffler, but it seems to be following me. Snuffler emits a low, agitated chitter at your touch. Look at this model. And the clicking. It's impossible to tell whether it enjoys or detests the attention. It's actually kind of triggering because I'm wearing a headset. That clicking like a pocket watch is coming right into my left ear. Is that coming through on stream? Where the hell did Snuffler go? What the hell? He keeps, like, appearing and disappearing. So, right, we're now into the territory of Clockwork City stuff that I've never done before, despite having played this game almost as long as this... Now, this DLC was still quite new when I started. I mean, technically I started during beta, but when I first started playing ESO, like, for real. Logging in multiple times a week. Before that, I was kind of just bimbling around, doing the odd bit of story. Uneaten rations, here we go. Okay, the sound effects are officially amazing. Bloody bandage. Not what I meant to do, but whatever. A strip of an apostle robe. I don't know, man. The stories in ESO... There's something about the way that it's done, especially here where there's so much whimsy, that even though we're talking about, like, demonic plots to overthrow reality itself, somehow the stakes feel really low and it's all kind of cozy and fun. Do you guys know what I mean? Hey, Gascon, what's up?
Be gone, whoever you are. I sealed the door and it shall remain sealed for as long as necessary.
Major Jabba the Hutt's palace vibes, right? Goodness gracious me. Which zone story that you haven't done are you most looking forward to? Even if you're doing all the ones you haven't done. I think this one. I'm looking forward to High Isle because I know it's divisive. Unfortunately, I know who the villain is because Maya was doing a playthrough when it was on PTS. I think when Galen first hit Ebonstabon in Somerset might be my fave. Ah, Pretty Little Head Poppy Seed. What a great name. Yes, I'm pretty much looking forward to all of them. I think the one I'm looking forward to the least might be Blackwood. And that is not... I'm sure that's not going to be an accurate expectation. It's just because Blackwood is really dreary. You know? Leyawiin and the surrounding area. It's one of the most uninteresting looking, I think it's fair to say, compared to like High Isle or Apocrypha. You know, or Somerset, which look incredible. Despite their age. Or the age of the engine, I should say. Does that answer your question, Moose? Unfortunately, yeah, Maya was playing through High Isle and I said something offhand about one of the NPCs. So it's obviously that's the Ascendant Lord, right? And it was, and I think a lot of people did exactly the same thing. Of like, well, it's got to be this person, and it is, and it's a little bit of a shame. Like the Usual Suspects as a film wouldn't have worked so well if it was very obvious right at the beginning. Ah, Kaiser Soze is this guy, you know. Dov Bass, hello gamers. But yeah, curious about anyone else's favorites, or just favorite moments, like Poppy Seed was just telling us Ebon Stadmont, not Somerset as a whole, but that one in particular. Gascon, Varuni sent me to find you with some questions.
Questions? You think I'm foolish enough to let you in? No, this door will remain closed. I just need time to work this out, to smooth things over. Simple. Now leave me be.
What have you done? What did you do? Did you make a deal with those shadow cultists? That's totally the tone that I'm reading. Did you? It's like you're talking to a dog. Did you poop on the carpet? Sorry, I'm ruining... I'm taking all the tension out of the narrative. Yeah, you made a deal.
Who I keep counsel with is none of your concern. You're just like Varuni. So uptight, so naive. If you value your life, you'll leave this place now.
Dovbass, how are you today? How's it going? We're gonna find another way in. Anyone else think that scarfing just sound like Americans that are eating very fast? Because in the UK we say scoff, but in Americans they say scarf, right? I scarfed the whole thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Good, good. How about you? Pretty decent, thank you very much. I've got this video which I keep trying to finish. You know, it's an update of this like new player guide that we had, so probably not for you lot, but you know, Maya made one about 18 months ago, and it did really well, and we keep getting nice comments on it. Like every week, a couple of new people watch it and say, "Oh, thank you so much for this. Has helped massively." But it's a little bit out of date now. You know, we've had scribing, we've had subclassing, so we're trying to make a new one of those. Every time I try to finish it, something else comes up. We've got this big thing on Thursday, the 24-hour stream. There's some promo stuff I wanted to make for that. Then patch notes yesterday came out, so I had to like rapidly turn around a quick video for that. I don't even know if I'm going the right way. I think I am. Yeah. Safety walks. Khan, you know what's a cool drip for a dagger is? Blood looks pretty cool, dripping from a dagger. I'm kidding. Yeah, let's have a look. Dobas, I love Vardenfell and Somerset Quest. Very nice continuation. Well, that's what I'm in the middle of right now. Vardenfell is one of the highlights for me so far. I did that a long time ago. But, yeah, I just sort of lost the ability to find time for questing. I guess it was always something else on the list. And now that Trials are on summer break, and I'm trying to stream as many days as possible, often by myself, this seems like a decent time to pick it up. Let's have a look at daggers then real quick. I think one of them which is underrated... Obviously you got this. No? No, daggers specifically. I think this one is underrated. Didn't know the OG English was scarfing, scoffing. Think scarfing is British English? Very up north vibe? Maybe. I've just never heard that. Honestly, the first time I heard an American saying scarf, I thought it was just they'd assumed that scoff was like a posh reading of the AR sound, and they just got it wrong, like so many things in the American language. Except for aluminum. That's correct. Everyone else is actually wrong about that, funnily enough. Yeah, I mean, that is... If you don't have this one, Abnathan style, that's practically free. I mean, if you don't have it, you can get it for almost nothing. Guild stores. Gloam bound. X-Grenade is saying. I mean, I don't know if some of these you won't be able to get that easily. Chitinous dagger. Loads of the daggers are really fun. Actually, what kind of thing? Like, do you want something terrifying looking? Something fat? Or something slick? Like something professional looking? And you got some like these as well, which unfortunately are Crown Store only. One of the most mental, ridiculous ones is the Sunspire one. But it's a look. I'll give it that. Where's Gloam bound? Let's find it. EF. Somewhere here. Oh, right. Yeah, that one. Again, Crown Store only. Poppy Seed, we have both. Those of us with vocabulary, anyway, have scoffed or chimed. Chided. I see. Right. Those of us with vocabulary, anyway, have scoffed or chided. I wonder what he meant by chimed. I thought I was missing something. Book Magic, always let the Daggerfall Baleborn rock quest. It was cool back when it screamed out over the city as you completed it. Annoying, yes, but was cool. Baleborn Rock. I remember the name, I don't remember the quest. I'll be honest. Oh, I forgot I had this. Yeah, that's Crown Store, so forget about that. Chide is telling off. Yeah, I knew that one. I've just never heard anyone other than an American say, oh, you're just gonna scarf the whole thing or whatever. In fact, you rarely hear British people saying scoff either. Often they mean it in terms of like a snort of derision, to scoff at something. So yeah, I don't know, I mean, a comb. Keep hoping Cadwell has a quest for Augur. So safety walks, did any of those help you? Like, obviously a lot of the coolest ones are the Crown Store ones, but they're usually not available. But there are loads of like crazy variable things you can do. Oh shoot, I forgot I had this. I didn't know I had this either. This must be from the current run of Crown Crates. One of the only decent drops I got. So yeah, if you want to be silly, you can go with Cadwell or Sunspire. Go with one of each. Fanglair ones are really cool. I think the Frostvault ones are quite cool. That Cold Snap. Bone Mold is kind of fun as well. Cold Snap, Cold Snap. Yeah. I really like these. They look like they would snap, but... I mean, maybe that's the... now called Cold Snap Goblin Dagger. Scribes of Mora. Everything from Scribes of Mora. Also very cool. The Grim Harlequin one. If it's an Arcanist, that's kind of a no-brainer. Yeah, that's one of the most beautifully designed sets, like motifs, I think we've had in a while. I agree. Totally agree. Over here, it's not scarfing, it's horsing it down you. Whereabouts is that, Grenade, if I may ask? Graven Deep motifs are nice but expensive. Oh, really? You like those? The, Northern Ireland. Horsing it down. Yeah, I can see that. Alright. Alright, let's get inside. And then shortly, I will have to raid off. I'm afraid, in the next 10 minutes or so. Ventral Terminus. I don't think I've ever been in here. Very fun. So we need to fire up an imperfect.
Plotting something, are we? Well, that rusty heap has been gathering dust for decades. You may as well just give up.
I love it. He's like the woman in Magnolia. Don't go in my goddamn bedroom. Don't look in my closet. You know, just telling us exactly what we should do. Don't pay attention to that thing. Linguistics are lovely. I absolutely agree. There are some dungeon ones which are nice, can be bought or farmed. Yeah. High Isle style, very nice. That's true. The Graven Deep one, I'm surprised you would say that. Let's go back to this. This is the Drowned Mariner. Oh yeah, I suppose the weapons are quite cool. The whole me hearties kind of thing. But I thought you meant I thought we were talking about the style in general. These are some of the weirdest pants in the entire game. Which ones is it again? Oh, is it not these? There are some pants in the game that have like an incredibly low ass. I must be thinking of something else. But the Drowned Mariner style is kind of fun. I love the hat. That is cool. All three of them are pretty good. Pirate Ninja Cowboy. Timberclaw. Safety walks. When next stream? Probably tomorrow morning. In fact, definitely tomorrow morning. So similar time, sort of mid-morning to early afternoon. We're not necessarily committed to that time slot, but right now it's working. I do this in the morning, then I work in the afternoon and the evening. And it seems to work pretty well, and we get nice vibes every day. And it's, you've been a lovely audience, you really have. But no, but it genuinely has been a fun hang, like, each day. The only thing is, we do have some American buddies who show up, like, early afternoon for me, at the earliest. And in the evening, and we, yeah, we're missing out on them, which sucks. Grenade, first time I tried to do this particular part of the quest was bugged for months. No way! I remember them seeing finally fix it in the patch notes. So you this particular bit, you couldn't assemble the imperfect, or whatever. Was it to do with, like, moving... Oh, this is going to be like a Steam puzzle, right? You know what? I want to say I remember hearing about this. Yeah, that a friend of mine might have been telling me about it. Yes, that's it. Yeah, see, I've never actually been here before, but I remember a friend telling me all about this. He might even have streamed it to say that this shit was bugged out. And it was bugging him because he wanted to collect... Spoiler alert, at the end of the Clockwork City quest, I'm not going to say what happens, but right towards the end, there is a choice, and depending on what choice you make, you can get a very, very powerful... I think is it 150% XP boost scroll. So he would do this buddy of mine. He would quickly burn through the Clockwork City story on every new character, so that they would have one of these scrolls for free, so that when he got to do a power level, he would just pop that thing and go. Also, Clockwork City and smaller zones generally are often more generous in terms of skill points per minute played than something like Vardenfell, Somerset, etc. If you go to the smaller ones, like Southern Elsewhere, Murkmire, Clockwork City, skill point density is higher, if that makes sense. Anyway. Let's see who is online, because I'm going to have to bounce shortly. So there's no rush. But thank you so much for hanging out today, and thank you for the subs and the follows. And thank you again for yesterday. That was just a genuinely amazing experience. Hey, Chardon! Thank you so much for the resub. Absolute hero. Very kind of you. That is very much appreciated. All of that support is appreciated. You know it. And, yeah, please do keep it up. It'd be amazing if this is a thing where we can get this to snowball to the point where it is self-sustaining, and we can just keep growing it and doing more and more cool shit with you guys. I think the right move here is to raid off to Tatanko. He's doing giveaways, coffee, news, and dailies. Lovely guy. Similar vibes to what we've been having here, I suppose. You probably know him already. If you don't, go in there, make some noise, give the guy a follow, or wait like 2 minutes and you'll see how lovely he is, and then give him a follow. He's always super cheerful, interested in like every aspect of the game, and just a really great hang. One of my favourite moments from the first raid train we did was Tatanko's stream, so yeah, please go on in and say hello. Once again, if you'd be so kind to copy the top message if you are not subscribed to Ninja Pulls, then that one should definitely display properly. If you are subscribed, you can use the slightly more fun version with the bouncing ninja face. Truly imperfect, exactly. Yeah, there we go. So we can copy and paste those and make a lot of noise when we raid into Tatanko. That'll be in just a few moments. I just want to say thank you again.